Hello, gamers. I realized that I forgot to unmute or mute since last night. So hopefully. Oh,
This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
hi Mickey, welcome. Well, hopefully I didn't come across like I don't know. I think I didn't say anything, so hopefully it might have been quiet. You probably wouldn't have been able to tell. Anyway, I just went to unmute as the countdown was ending, and it just I realized that oops, I didn't mute last time. So, I don't know. Maybe you can hear me, like if you listen back to that, you can hear me just like drinking water or something. Anyway, let me turn the camera on. How are we doing? We're back to the zone of the enders overlays, so that means I need to do a lot of extra clicking. I swear one day I will fix it. I will make it so that I can do everything with like a single key press. Do we want the cockpit? I guess I can put the cockpit on just for extra immersion. I think I move the camera again. Okay. No, wrong way. Avert your eyes. Don't want to suspend your disbelief. I'm in a void. You can't see the edges of this poorly hung up piece of fabric that I have behind me. Anyway, hope you're doing well. Yeah, welcome in Mickey. Welcome in Juliet. Howdy. I said look away. Congratulations on the first, Juliet. Howdy. Yeah. It feels doing streams back to back just from one day to another still feels weird. I feel like I literally just logged off last night, but you know, here we are. Welcome in. I hope you've been having a good weekend, a good rest of your Friday last night, a good Saturday. Yeah, I'm just gonna vibe today. I've got more CAD stuff on the schedule. I don't know. We're just vibing, just chilling. I've got more stuff for Neith. It still feels silly to pronounce it that way, but I guess that's the official pronunciation. I think it's supposed to be like that, right? But yeah. So this is Viola's orbital frame from Zone of the Enders that I've been. If you follow me on Twitter, you may or may not have seen. Let me take this off. I'll throw these up real quick. So you may or may not have seen. I posted a couple kind of like comparison screenshots. I've mostly completed the head, and I've mostly completed the thrusters that go on the back, the little like triple kind of like backpack thing. So that's what this looks like at the moment. So you know. I think this is the second stream I'm doing on it. I've called it part 2. Hopefully I didn't get that wrong. But yeah, like I said, you know, I'm gonna be streaming occasionally. I'll show, you know, whatever I'm working on at the time. But then, you know, any work that I do in between streams, I'll just post on Twitter. I now have this kind of, well, it's a single tweet at the moment, basically, but it will be a thread eventually, where I'll post sort of regular updates. So, you know, we're done with these two for now. I think what I was thinking of working on today is this kind of like arm brace, this little thing that goes on the forearms here. I kind of started working on the blades as well. So that may or may not, depending on how much progress I make with these. Again, I'm just gonna call them braces. I don't know. Depending on how much progress I make with these, I may or may not try to finish the blades as well. And then I can kind of like. Oh, my camera is really chugging today. Hello. I don't know. Hello. Okay. I don't know. That face cam. I need to do something about that. I think I might swap it at some point, because that's the GX9. I think it's outputting like 4K. That is like, it's not. It doesn't really need to. I might just swap it out with the GH4 that I have lying around. But yeah, it enhances immersion. Do you think so? Is it like kind of like the glitchy kind of like cyberpunk vibe to it. I think, you know, I don't mind it too much. You know, like if I, to be fair, if I really minded it, I probably would have fixed it weeks ago, because you know, it's been an ongoing issue, but I don't know. I'll get around to it eventually. It's just a bit of a hassle because, you know, it's the way that everything is plugged in. It's a bit of a pain. But yeah, so yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so you know, I'm just gonna kind of we can just hang out. You know, I'll throw some music on maybe. Maybe we can watch like a video. I'll put some Cocomelon on. There's a tested video that I've been meaning to potentially watch on stream, where Adam and one of his former colleagues at ILM make a model for, I think it was what's that like space sim, kind of like strategy game, Homefront. Is it Homefront? Might be getting that wrong. No, not Homefront. No, that's the different game. Whatever the recent RTS game that came out, Space RTS 2024, Homeworld 3. That one. So they make a ship from that. I thought it would be kind of like interesting. Maybe get some inspiration from it, because I think the kind of stuff that they do is different from what I'm trying to do. I'm adding detail in CAD and then I'm 3D printing it, whereas they start with a 3D print and then they add panel lines and stuff by kind of like vacuum forming and stuff like that. So maybe we could watch that. I don't know if that's interesting. If I can free up one of these monitors, maybe maybe I can do it that way. What I was going to do, okay, well, at least, you know, I took a screenshot for Twitter. So what I was going to do for now, at least, is put, hold on, put which one is it? Is it this one? Yes. Put that thing on. I don't know. I think this is probably one of the best references that I could find. Maybe I'll kind of like switch it later on. And then if we go to Plasticity, hold on a second. There we go. Okay, so yeah, so just again, for additional context for anyone who may have missed the previous stream or any other times that I've talked about it, I'm kind of using this as a kind of like a learning exercise for Plasticity specifically. So this is a relatively new CAD package. They're marketing it as CAD for artists, so it's supposed to be kind of similar to kind of like parametric CAD, but without the need to make sketches and without needing to constrain everything exactly and all of that kind of stuff. So it's supposed to kind of speed up your workflow that way. My personal experience so far is that I do end up missing a lot of those constraint type things. But overall, I think there is some level of flexibility that I appreciate. So, you know, at least you don't have to. I think just the whole like getting rid of sketches does help. You know, it's just, I think it's still a bit of a learning curve for me. But you know, just kind of learning still. But yeah, so you know, as part of that, basically both the head and the thrusters, I kind of thought at first that they would be relatively easy to work with. That's why I kind of started there. This is probably, you know, next. In hindsight, probably this is going to be easier than either of those two. We'll find out. I don't know, maybe not. You know, but I'm working on the sort of like simpler, more angular shapes first, and then eventually we'll do the sort of like more organic, curvy things that require more splines and stuff like that. But yeah, so you know, basically what I'm doing, I'm working with the hold on, let me pull it up. Base reference. So I have a ripped model from the game. So again, PlayStation 2 game, right? So it's relatively low poly. A lot of the additional detail is added through sort of elaborate texture work, you know, stuff like that. Lots of like shadows baked in and whatnot. So, you know, it's missing a lot of the detail. So what I'm doing is basically I'm kind of trying to replicate these shapes and then add the detail in from the textures themselves. So, you know, it's kind of what I was, you know, for example, if you look at the thrusters, right? So like all of these features, all of these grooves, all of these pockets and things like that, none of that is visible in the original model, right? So I just kind of like recreated them based on what I thought the texture was supposed to be. So you know, so we're gonna be doing a little bit more of that. We'll see how far I get today. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of the vibe. I'll cut this. Maybe we can listen to. I didn't prepare like a nice fancy playlist. I think last time we listened to a lot of the Umurangi Generation soundtrack, and I think I might just do that again. I like it. It's a nice vibe. Okay. Alright. Hopefully the levels are okay. As usual, let me know if they're not. Okay, that is a bit loud. Alright. Let's do it like this. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, so let me just go back. Yeah, so I've tried the way that I've been doing it. I've got some as I okay, that's a little bit loud in my ears at least. Okay, how's that? I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah. So yeah. So what I've been doing is basically. I've been avoiding Blender because you know, it's a little bit too different from what I'm used to, so I've been kind of like rejecting it, or just kind of like on a sort of like instinctive level. But you know, the original reference that I have is basically like a Blender file, so I've been able to kind of like grab individual bits and pieces from it, and then so what I do is I orient them somehow kind of like roughly around the origin. I mean, for this one, I don't, there's no like obvious kind of like center of symmetry, right? Like there's like maybe this kind of like plane of symmetry, but other than that, it doesn't really matter. For things like the blade, for example, I did kind of like position it like this, right? So it's easier to kind of like do symmetries either, you know, in either direction, and then you can make it so that, you know, you have like a pattern, right? Like you can duplicate things along the z-axis, stuff like that. So, you know, just kind of, it's kind of the idea. Now, so part of the challenge when it comes to this kind of work, I tend to find that is kind of like trying to understand what they were going for, right? So a lot of this is very angular, very low poly, right? And so it's a question of understanding of which parts of this are supposed to be curved and which ones aren't, you know? And so I think if we look at the texture, I don't know if I forgot to grab a, hold on, bear with me. I might need to do that just real quick. So I have a, all of the textures, right? So like, hold on, maybe I can show you. I've got like one of these kind of like UV, well, not UV technically, is it? I don't know enough about kind of like game development or like the way that sort of like these kind of things work, right? But like it's basically like a all of the textures in one single sheet. I'm gonna see if I can just crop it. Maybe we can load it into Plasticity. I don't think I'm gonna get too much of a benefit from it, but there's not much to trace necessarily. Oh yeah, okay. And then maybe I can show you this one as well. So what I ended up doing, I've got like an annotated version of it in GIMP. So like, oh, okay. This is gonna too big. But you can kind of like see it. So this is kind of what I have. You know, I kind of like blocked it out. I painted over it. So I'm gonna grab that. Let's see. Where does this go? Okay, right. Cool. Yeah, so, you know, ultimately I think the kind of like the texturing part of things, the sort of like features that I need to add are gonna be sort of like, oh, okay. I don't know. This might be really small. I don't know if you can see my cursor just up here, top right. But basically, there's gonna be a couple pockets added, some panel lines, but they all run sort of like on this lower kind of like edge, I guess, if you want to call it that. So I think I've been kind of like trying to make sense of some of these reference shots that I have. I think ultimately it's still going to be relatively angular. Hold on, bear with me. Where is it? Yeah, because I mean most of the reference shots are in game, right? So like those are pretty much going to match whatever the model I have already. But there's a couple shots that are pre-rendered cutscenes and stuff like that, which, as far as I can tell, use a different model, or at least, you know, they may have a little bit more detail in some areas than others. And so like, for example, like this shot here, I probably should have added all of these in OBS or something, but I'm just gonna like drag it across. Hold on. Windows. I don't want to snap it. Okay, here we go. All right, but so like, I think that is definitely gonna have like a little kink in it on the top. You know, some of these are gonna be kind of like angular as well, like on the bottom. You know, that kind of stuff. I think this curved area here, like at least the top surface, is probably going to be just kind of like smoother anyway. I don't know, we'll find out how what, you know, sometimes it gets tricky, because like the kind of stuff you can add stuff via textures that ultimately doesn't work in a 3D space. Like some of it is almost kind of like an optical illusion type thing, you know, where it's like if you actually try to recreate it in 3D as is, you know, it's impossible. So you kind of have to get creative with it and just kind of like try to convey it as well as you can. So anyway, so I think what we're gonna start with this top part, with this top part. Trying to decipher what a poor dev team in a crunch did seems fun. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not even. It's not so much. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they did it on the crunch. But it's you know, it's definitely a challenging, or like, it's a fun challenge to kind of reverse engineer something that they put a lot of. I assume they put a lot of thought into it, because it's like, how do you cut down, you know, your poly count and add that extra detail in textures in a way that still looks, you know, as real as possible or as good as possible. And so like part of the head was, I don't have it loaded here, unfortunately, but like the head was interesting from that point of view as well, because it's got these like ears that kind of like extend from the side, but those kind of like thin ears weren't modeled as part of the 3D thing. So you just have like this wedge shape that kind of like tapers down from the top, and you know, a lot of that detail is just added via textures. I don't know, maybe you can see it in here. Hold on. I think this particular shot I've been using for other things as well. Right, so like this thing here. Wait, hold on. This thing here, to me at least, you know, I get the idea that the intention is for this to be kind of like an overhanging kind of like ear kind of thing. But if you look at the texture and you look at the 3D model, it's all actually just a single, like this just goes straight. This is like a flat thing. And so this shadow, this kind of like pocket that runs towards the back of the head, that's all just a texture. Which, I don't know, it looks cool, you know, like it's just a fun thing. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, let's do this. Okay. Yeah, so let's have a look. Oh, actually, you know what? This might also be a good shot. This thing. So this is from a slightly different angle. Oh no. Yeah. So you can see that the top definitely has sharp edges. You know, this is probably going to be a sharp edge here, and then this part here, I'm going to have to make it so that it's somewhat curved somehow. So I don't know, we'll see. I think a lot of this is going to be kind of like an iterative process as well. So you'll see, for example, this thing on the bottom. So we're gonna have basically what is a straight line here, and it goes into a straight line here, right? And so if I were to connect those with just the loft, I'm not 100% sure that I will get the right profile, because they basically have this kind of like sharp edge in here. So I think what I might end up doing is I'll do it iteratively. So maybe I'll recreate this geometry as is first, put a fillet on it, and then maybe do like a cross section or something to get an idea of where the curve goes, and then replace it with a spline or something. I don't know. We'll get to that. Yeah. So I think, you know, first things first. I'm just gonna try to recreate it as is, and then we'll take it from there. So for example, if I it's not okay. I don't think it's exactly symmetrical. It is, admittedly, it's also probably at an angle, but I think I lined it up so that at least the horizontal lines are horizontal. So we're just gonna do the two sides separately. I don't know, we'll see. But so for example, if I were to put a line here, I found that one of the easiest way to do this is just work with a bunch of separate lines, and then, you know, you just end up positioning the vertices wherever they need to go. And then you just kind of like build up the skeleton, right? And then the rest of it is just a series of patches and kind of lofts and stuff like that. But yeah, you know, just work away at it. Oh yeah, also, it is officially June, so, you know, happy birthday to all the gays. happy Pride Month, etc. Hope you're all doing well. Okay. That's right. Yeah, so I think this one will probably have like a small fillet of some kind. The outer edges running along the top will be sharp, but maybe this one will be a little bit kind of like smooth. That is something that so far I've been kind of avoiding. So I've kind of like talked about this last time, but you know, in other CAD tools, so for example, if you work with SolidWorks or CATIA or something, it's very easy to just add and remove fillets or deactivate fillets if you don't need them anymore. I get the impression that that's not quite as straightforward with Plasticity. So for example, if you add a fillet, you might end up in a situation where you can't easily work with that edge anymore, or something, or it's a bit trickier to modify the properties of it, like the radius and stuff. So, you know, some of those, some fillets I think will be interesting, or will be important when it comes to 3D printing, but I haven't added them yet. I will probably leave that as a final thing, you know. So like once I'm ready to start printing it, I will do a pass and just clean up the parts that I think need fillets. So okay, so that's one thing. I think this top part here, I'm probably going to be able to get away with just a loft. I think this is a small enough change in, like a small enough curvature, that I can probably just do a straight loft, and then this one here might be a little bit trickier. Hopefully you can see all of this as well, by the way. I'm still kind of like using the 480p output. Hopefully that's okay. I know that the text is probably impossible to read, but you know, hopefully the lines will be roughly visible. You know, I'll be kind of like, once I've got the sort of outline, I'll probably just start hiding the reference, and then it will be a little bit easier to tell, right? Like if I take this off, right, it's a little bit more obvious what I'm doing. So yeah, it's definitely a little bit wonky. I think it's not you know, it's not perfectly symmetrical or anything. Part of that is probably from my positioning, but also I get the impression that it's, you know, it's not really meant to be. How do we do this? Okay, so I'm just gonna maybe put it here. Oh, that actually kind of worked. I didn't expect it to be like to stay in that plane. I think that's one of the things that they added in a recent update, where previously when you made a new line I think it would use a different reference, or it would use it wouldn't use the camera plane necessarily. So you ended up with, you know, you would draw a line that you thought was kind of like in the right place, and then if you rotated it would just go like all the way into just kind of like to the horizon or something. It just ended up like looking like really weird, you know, because of the perspective. It would just end up like going away. But yeah. I don't know. I think ultimately, I think it does have potential. I think there's a lot of quality of life improvements that could potentially be added. I think I get the impression that plasticity is, or kind of like, it feels really powerful. Or it looks really powerful to maybe someone who hasn't used parametric software all that much. So like if you're coming from Blender, I think a lot of the features in this are a godsend for kind of like hard surface stuff, right? But I think there are a couple of things that I'm used to having. So like certain parameters that you can tweak, right? So like if you have a particular feature, right? Like just the ability to modify certain qualities of it. So like for lofts and stuff like that. Even stuff like fillets, even stuff like just the basic stuff, just kind of like kind of like tangencies and stuff. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Okay, no, sorry, I just realized. So this is technically the third CAD stream that I'm doing, because the first one was just kind of like doing CAD practice, just kind of like random parts. Now I remember. Okay, so this is technically the second part of me working on Neith, but it's the third CAD stream, because the first CAD stream I did was just kind of like experimenting with it. Plasticity is still treating you well. Hi, Hacker. Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. I'm still on the trial, but I'm probably gonna end up buying at least the basic version. I still haven't decided whether I want the studio version. So, the way that the pricing works for Plasticity is there's a basic version that is $150, and you know, there's no subscription or anything. You buy it and you have it. And then the studio version that has some of the more advanced features. Well, namely Xnerves is the one that I would potentially be interested in. So that allows you to do more advanced surfacing stuff. I don't know if it technically it qualifies, or if it's like actually certifiably like, what is it, Class A surfaces, right? So like if you want to use it for professional kind of product design, maybe you can use it. But I don't know. I'll have to make up my mind about that at some point. But yeah, you know. So like I was just saying that ultimately, I think it's a decent software for the time being. I think considering that it's only really been out for a year, I think they've done a really good job with it so far. But there are lots of things that I've been noticing where it could definitely be better. So I don't know. I'm kind of curious to see how it evolves over time.
Game over.
Oh, wait, hold on. You know, but yeah, I think it's definitely one of those things where, you know, I see a lot of people kind of like raving about it, or just like really impressed with it. And I think it's a lot of it is because, you know, it offers things for certain use cases that Blender is really tricky with. And so, you know, just being able to like, I don't even know, I can't even think of like a particular use case myself, because I don't use Blender all that much, you know, but like you know, there are definitely things where like I've seen people say like, oh, look at this and you can do this and it's super intuitive and it's super simple and like whatever, but like when you actually start using it for more advanced stuff, I think you start running into a lot of issues otherwise. I don't know, like I'm doing my best to kind of like, you know, to be fair to it, but I think it's coming from something from like a tier or something, it's a little bit limiting in some ways. Understanding polymodeling versus parametric and NURBS is a huge start to knowing what you need. Yeah. So like I don't know, it's one of those things where I think a lot of the you know, and this is, I don't mean this like disparagingly or anything, but I think a lot of the examples that I've seen, or a lot of the kind of stuff that people put out there were like, here's like, you know, 3D art, hard surface model in an hour or something, right? And they like make like a little demo of like, I've modeled this whole thing in an hour or 2 hours using the incredible features of plasticity, and you look at it and it's ultimately just like a rectangular kind of like blob or like a brick that has, you know, kind of like little details added to it or something, or it's like very basic shapes where you've added like a chamfer to something, and then you rounded off some edges and you added some pockets, you know, it's like panelized. Yeah, exactly, it's just like a thingamajig, right? Hola Fantasma, welcome in. Yeah, you know, it's just like a thing. It's just a thing. It's just like a random thing, and it's like when you actually start using it for things that are not happy June, happy gay month, you know, it just, you start running into issues that you otherwise wouldn't, right? Like in, do I have the, hold on, maybe I can pull this up, you know, like this is the kind of like stuff that I've been working on for the thruster, you know, a lot of these edges, you know, like some of these surfaces are flat, others aren't. They're like kind of, you know, I don't know how to explain it properly. I don't have like a good example ready, you know, but like the point is that like once you start kind of like building up a shape, you know, that is made up of, you know, non-rectangular faces and like stuff like that. Yeah, you can see in the reflections. Yeah, so like these ones aren't and like kind of just kind of like trying to get that to work, right? Like what if I wanted this to be planar, right? Like I would need to find somehow, I would need to extend these boundaries to then be able to make a plane, and then I would need to chop that plane up and then like have it line up with this other thing. And so, you know, it's just like basic things sometimes where, as far as I can tell, it's impossible to find an intersection between a plane and a straight line, which is like, so for example, you know, let me see. So like a basic thing that you can do in, I mean, you know, I don't know, maybe someone, if anyone knows how to use plasticity, let me know, right? But like a basic thing that you can do, for example, in CATIA, is that if you have anything, if you have, you know, let's say that I have a flat surface, right? And I have we'll put a line through it, right? Maybe if I move it like this, right? Like you can see that it does, like it goes through it. Oh, come on. All right. Okay. You know, like you can see that it goes through it. And guns are super rough with, even when things are planar, you can end up with pinch normals. It creates sub-tries in optimal situations. Yeah. Just ignore it. I may have recommended it, but I haven't spent I mean, it's okay. Like I still appreciate it. I think it's a good recommendation because ultimately it's still easier for me to work with than Blender. I'm just saying that like I think it has potential, but there are still basic things sometimes that are missing, or that maybe something that I'm used to that have kind of informed my workflow in CATIA maybe is not something that someone who comes from Blender would think to do that way, right? And so, for example, like if I wanted to find, you know, like an intersection between this kind of like flat surface and this line, I don't know how to do it. Like it's you know, because like sometimes you get, like, you can do snapping stuff, right? So like I can say I want a line between this edge and connect it to the curve, right? So like in this particular case it does work. Actually, well, never mind, that just completely proved me wrong, right? I guess. Okay, right? But like sometimes you'll try to do something like this and it just doesn't snap to it or something, you know? Like maybe it needs to be like a very, very simple case for it to actually work, you know? Like maybe if this was a curved surface it wouldn't have worked, you know? Stuff like that. So like, I don't know. Now I feel like a fool because that actually worked, but you know what I mean? It's like, so like in CATIA you can just say like, regardless of what elements you're working with, you can say intersect, right? And you can say just find, you know, if you have two planes intersecting, you get a line. If you have a line and a plane intersecting, you get a point, and you get, you know, you can create that. Will just create a single point in space, you know? Like as far as I'm aware, you can't create like reference points as easily in Plasticity, stuff like that. So you always end up just making like these lines that just happen to end on the right point, and then using those lines as a reference. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just ranting at this point. But yeah, it like ultimately it works. It's just there are certain things that take a little bit of like, oh, not that one. You know, it takes a little bit of kind of like adjusting. Okay, so we can put this here. Okay, so immediately I'm thinking maybe what I should have done. Maybe I should have started with a flat surface here. Right, because it's like stuff like this, where it's like you kind of, even if it's like a very basic thing, you have to start thinking about kind of like, sometimes it gets complicated in the most basic ways possible. So for example, if I have 4 points, right, like 3 points determine a plane, but if you have 4 points, then it's much less likely that you will find how many hobbies do I have? This is part of my professional stuff. I mean, kind of adjacent. So I work with CAD just at work as well, sometimes anyway. But this is just kind of, I guess, merging the two, if you want to call it that. So I guess maybe what I could do, if I just make like if I just do that, we'll just make a sheet. I'll extend it, and then I'll see if it kind of roughly matches up with the fourth one, and then we'll take it from there. Maybe hide this. Right, so for example, if I then wanted to take this line here, we'll do this one, we'll make it parallel to that one. Okay, so perfect. Here we go. We'll find out if it works this time, right? So we had this one, I'm gonna get rid of, and then I'm gonna do this to that point, and then this down to this point, and then I can theoretically trim this. The layout is just a small bit of the UR. Oh, condition builds Ava's IRL confirmed. I wish. It's like the there's a little documentary series about the making of the Yokohama Gundam. I don't know if you've seen it. Tsukimi shared it, or like she played bits of it on her stream. I think I might have a link to the playlist somewhere, but I don't know if I'll find it right now. But wait, hold on. Is this actually on the thing? No, that's not even close. What the hell? Okay, hold on a second. But yeah, it's the kind of thing like imagine that you're an engineer, right? And like someone you like a nerdy kid spent all of his childhood, all their childhood, kind of building and like watching mecha shows and stuff like that. Okay, see, perfect example. So I want to find the intersection of this line, this curve, with this sheet, with this thing, right? And so if I create a line from here, it recognizes this point. It says closest curve perpendicular, which means that it's the closest point between those two curves. But you'll notice that it's not on the sheet, right? There's no point that I can snap to on the intersection. So if I wanted this to work, I need to find like a workaround somehow. I would need to maybe like extend this one and then create a line between the two and just like cut the sheet, and then that creates an edge that I can then use. So for example, if I were to do this, oh, wait, don't delete it yet. We'll do parallel to this, right? Because you need to extend, like it needs to extend beyond the edges, which is another thing that is kind of like irritating. Where like sometimes, especially so for example in CATIA, I'm pretty sure that if you have a sheet, if you have a flat surface, and you have a line that goes from one edge to the other, you can still use that to cut. Whereas here, I think in Plasticity, there are a lot of those edge cases where if you're trying to cut with something in a way that will generate a vertex, I think sometimes it just fails. So you have to extend whatever your cutting tool is beyond the edges of the objects that you're cutting, stuff like that. So for example, I'll give you an example, right? So like if I let's see, maybe I can do, I'll just do a loft here, and then we'll select this as a guide and then this as a guide, right? So for example, maybe we can hide some of these. So if I take this and I extend it, I have these here coincide in a vertex, whereas this one kind of like extends beyond it. So if I then were to say cut this with this, it does work. But there are some cases where it doesn't, especially when you're trying to cut 3D parts with a plane, for example, or like if you're trying to convert a series of flat surfaces into a 3D solid, stuff like that, it will complain a bit. Right, so now we have this thing, which means that I can then use this curve. I don't know, that might still not work. I might still need to cut it one more time. Okay, well, never mind. Like it's stuff like that. It's stuff like that where like theoretically, if I had started maybe with a brick, and then I tried to kind of like finagle, move some of the edges around, and kind of like change the angles of the various faces and stuff like that, maybe it would have worked. But if you're trying to just build up something using kind of like flat surfaces or using like reference points like this, it becomes kind of like a pain. So it's kind of hit and miss. Oh wait, hold on. No, I do need that one, and then we'll just do. we'll just cut this like this as well. We'll repeat the same thing. So I don't know. I'm sure there are easier ways to do it. You know, it's just like ultimately the kind of things that come natural to me just don't necessarily work sometimes, and so you end up having to just kind of like come up with creative ways around it. You know. Wait. Okay, right. Now we can get rid of these, get rid of these. We can probably remove that one. So now we have a flat surface on the end. Trim that one as well. Cool. Okay. Yeah, so we can just kind of like start building it up from here. I thought I had a line here. Maybe I deleted it. Okay, we'll just make a new one. This, and then we can take this one, loft it here. But yeah, anyway, so what was I talking about? Yeah, oh yeah, so the thing about like the Yokohama Gundam, right? Because like ultimately there's still, you know, there's a lot of engineering that goes into it, you know, because you have like these like it's a giant mechatronics project ultimately. And so like imagine that you're like this like nerdy engineer, you know, you grew up watching Gundam and building Gunpla and whatever, and like someone approaches you and says like, hey, we have a job opening on this project to build a life-size moving, you know, Gundam. Like imagine like, you know, what that is like. You know, like I wish I could work on something like that. Yeah, like proper dream job stuff, you know. And then Tomino comes in and chastises you because it doesn't look quite right, or something, you know. But hey, it's part of the job. It's part of the job, you know. Like they had like oh okay, wait, hold on, G0. Yeah, they had it doesn't look like a transformer. No, but like, so they used to have a, if you went to the Yokohama Gundam factory, right? They used to have a note. They used to have a sign that said, you know, something along the lines of, first of all, apologies that it doesn't move, you know, on its own, right? Because it's connected. It used to be connected to like a rail, basically. It's like held up by the back or something. And so like whenever it kneels down and whenever it moves and walks forward and stuff like that, that's all just kind of like being pushed around. And so like there was a note, I think, that basically said something to that effect. It's like, welcome, I'm glad you like this, but please accept our apologies for not being able to make it work like in real life or like, you know, in like the real thing. Got some art books saved, and the styles are so diverse, going from pretty realistic to random lines everywhere. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and then this one, I'm probably not gonna bother making it flat. We'll just do like a loft here. should be good enough, I think. Okay, so we have this. As of right now, it's all just a series of individual sheets. I mean, I guess I can probably join them. We'll just do it like this. So once I've started joining them, I'll be able to then make fillets and stuff like that. So that's the top part. What else do we have? We have these lines here. I think I'm gonna keep as is, so they're gonna be relatively straight. And then this thing here is gonna be straight as well. So I think at some point I'm gonna have to add maybe like another edge here potentially. So if you look at the way that the texture is, so there's a line here that could potentially be kind of like an edge. I'm gonna make it so that the individual panel lines are they can't go straight. It's June. Yeah, exactly. It's mandatory, you know. You know, so like at some point, I think at some point these are probably gonna be, that's gonna be a straight face. I think this is gonna be a straight face, and this one is gonna be a straight face, but it's gonna have to connect somewhere else, because like the way that this is modeled in game, this kind of has like a curvature to it. I don't think we can have that necessarily, or it wouldn't look quite as good. So, you know, we'll see. I don't know. For the time being, I'm gonna... Oh, you know what? Maybe... I'm not sure. Because there's the texture itself has like the panel line has like a kink in it, but that just falls on a flat surface. Maybe I think the edge should be there. I don't know. We'll work something out. Let's just, for the time being, I'm just gonna build up like a kind of like a wireframe, kind of like a skeleton for it, and then we'll just maybe add some vertices. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Maybe, hold on, can I move this? Alright, so like this is another thing. Sorry, I really don't mean to be like disparaging of plasticity. It's just like there are a lot of things where I start noticing little things that, so for example, now I have this thing here. I accidentally made a polycurve, so I have, you know, two lines here connected, and if I wanted to make it so that this spare vertex that I have here lines up with this one, there's no easy way for me to do it. Like if I move it, there's no way for me to make it snap to it, right? So like the easiest thing is just to take this, separate it into the two individual lines, delete one of them, and then just create a new line that uses the, you know, correct references. Whereas like, I don't know, in either in SolidWorks or in CATIA, you could say like this point and this point, make them coincident, and you just make a, you know, they snap and they just merge into a single point, and then everything else is connected the way that you would want it beyond that. So, you know, it has its, you know, pros and cons for is that tilde? What do you mean? Is that like a thing that you can press? Or for which that, I don't know if that's a shortcut or if that's an actual shortcut. It might be. Okay, let's see. If I so if I were to loft this. Oh, okay. I was drawing not a straight line. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Sorry. Yeah, so for example, if I just straight up just loft this, right? So that will create a kind of like this curved surface thing where basically each of these cross sections would be roughly a straight line, right? Like you're basically making a smooth transition from this straight line here to this straight line here, so it's just going to be like a kind of like a twisted thing. I don't necessarily want that, because it basically what this does is that it will be falling, you know, on the inside of what actually is supposed to be happening here. So I'm gonna have to kind of get a little bit creative with that. It also doesn't help that hold on, maybe I can because here's another example. I think maybe you can see it better in this one, because it has like a slight sheen to it. You can kind of see the reflection of the edge. But like, I feel like I kind of want this entire face to be flat, and then have a panel line that runs along it. So like basically the bit here that has the reflection, the shiny part, would line up with whatever this line is. It would be parallel, right? And then this would just go, because like the way that these textures work, you know, nothing is truly parallel to anything. So you kind of have to you know, give them some leeway. So what I could potentially do, let me look at it from some other angles. I don't know if I have any references for that. Because basically what this means is that I'm gonna have to change the angle of either this line here, this one, or this one. So I'm trying to decide which one is more important. What if instead of doing it like this, if I take, I'm gonna get rid of this thing, and then what if I take this this one here, and I move it inward, right? And then move it aft, or well, sorry, technically this one is aft and then that one is inboard, but whatever. So like it will be a smoother transition. It won't necessarily be completely flat. Maybe we can. Well, you know what? Maybe we can move it so that it lines up with that one. How's this? And then if I loft between this one and this one. I think that's a bit closer. That's a little bit closer. I'm gonna go with this for now. Maybe I'll change my mind about it, because you know, as of right now, this is still pretty much on the inside of what the reference is. So if I you know, you can kind of like see it, that it's gonna end up in something that is significantly slimmer. I don't necessarily want that, but you know, we'll maybe make it kind of like match up somehow. Another thing is, unfortunately, I don't think you can, once you've created the surface like that, I don't think you can modify it. So even if I were to move the underlying vertices, so if I were to take this and move it, the surface just stays as is. So you kind of just, you know, you just have to redo that loft. Yeah, I don't know. I think I am gonna keep this shape on the edge. I think it will be more visible, or at least it's more of a defining feature of what the, you know, this part is supposed to be. And then, you know, we'll do something with this kind of end here. So this one is also gonna, nope. This one is also gonna just be a loft, I think. We'll do this one to this one. Use these as guides. Cool. Okay. Maybe try to build it from the back, and then whatever kind of like happens at this intersection we'll figure out in a bit. Now this is kind of like a classic thing that I don't know if this was meant to be, if that was meant to be an angle here, if it was meant to be straight. That could very well just be a case of someone eyeballing it and just like, yeah, that looks about right. I'm gonna make it straight, I think, because then there's supposed to be a texture on it, but it's kind of low resolution. It's a bit hard to tell what the specific features are gonna be, so I don't know. I can show you maybe from this angle. You know, it's got like stuff on it, but I don't know how to go about that yet. Probably there's gonna be some like panel lines that I'll just throw on it. We'll find out. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna assume that this is all just a flat surface. So we'll extend it. Or maybe we'll just kind of like split the difference. We'll do kind of like this, and then we'll have. Let me just have a look. How does that look? If I connect this here, maybe we can move. think that's roughly okay. All right. I'm probably just gonna use that as a reference. It's not gonna be exact anyway, but we'll have this. Oh wait, hold on. How do we do this? I'll put a line here. Okay. So we'll connect this to. No, okay, hold on. Maybe I can. I'll make a parallel through this one. You know, it's just like the classic kind of thing of like, no, I don't think it's gonna be right. No, oh no, because this is just okay. Hold on. Well, I'll do it like this. I'll move this, position it. That way, that will give us the angle, right? Because it's not exactly aligned with the y-axis. So we'll just get this. And then I'll make a line that goes from here parallel to this one. Okay. So this will then give me my vertex will be somewhere around here. Connect that to this one. Okay. How's that? Then, oh wait, no, not that one. Where did my straight line go? It's supposed to be like this. Wait. You know what? No, ignore that. We'll just. Oh, damn it. So if I put it here, maybe no. If I put it here, and then I rotate it, and then connect this here. How's that? Basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to come up with at least like a 3-point surface that I can then extend. So I'm just trying to make something that will line up with what I want it to be, and then I can trim it. Because if I try to make a straight plane out of all of these individual points, it's not going to line up to anything. So we'll do. I'm gonna get. Okay. What if I grab a point from. I'm gonna hide this one. I don't need it anymore. Or just delete it. We're gonna grab a point from this one here. There. Make a parallel that goes out to that point. Roughly. And then I can make a point. Or sorry, line here and curve, and then this one here. So if I then create, we'll find out. I don't know. I'm still not 100% sure this is gonna work. But if I do this, and then I extend this. Gonna be way too big at first, but just bear with me. Yeah, it's not, it's gonna be closer to some parts than others, but oh, you know what, that might not work. that might not work. Maybe I do need to loft it at least to some extent. Maybe what I can do, because otherwise it won't line up with this. So maybe what I need to do is, instead of having this, oh, wait, we'll just split this one. Yeah, I think I'm just going to loft the parts between these two, well, basically the top and the bottom, and then I'll extend it from there. Maybe that's an easier way to do it. So for example, if I then take that one, I'm happy with, and then I'm gonna need a line that is parallel to that one, just like this. Then we'll just do, I guess I can probably just like make it just any curve here and then loft it between these two. Oh, try that again. And then once I have this, I can then take, hide this one, I'm gonna hide this one. I can then extend it this way. Oops. And then we'll just cut it. So we'll do maybe I am kind of happy with these two lines here. And we'll get rid of that one. So I could potentially imprint these two and then just cut it that way. I'm not sure if that will result in a straight line necessarily. Well, there's no guarantees that it's going to be straight anyway because it's a loft, but I think these are close enough. So we'll just do imprint on this thing, and then we'll do, see if I can cut it. No. Cut this with this. Yeah, so you get this kind of stuff where like supplied parameter evaluates to a point or something. So it, you know, you kind of like have to create. Hold on. Can I maybe just extrude? Wait, no. So, can I just delete this? No. Can I? No. Okay. How does this work? Can I make maybe something from this? What if I just join them? No. Duplicate. Create like a copy. And then if I sweep it like this, and then I could potentially use it then afterwards to just cut. Nope. Supplied parameter evaluates a point coincident with an edge vertex. Yeah. Okay. So. If I then take, let's try this again. So if I maybe hide this thing for now, we'll try to extend this one, and we'll extend this one. If I put this back on and then try it again, cut this with this and this. Nope. Okay. What if I then take it, extend it this way? Hold on. You know, but like it's this kind of stuff that happens a lot where like you're just trying to do something simple, but then you end up just kind of like stuck in just dealing with the little things. Here we go. Try that one, try this one. And now, if I do this, cut this with this and this. No, that still didn't work. Why not? Why didn't it? Can I... These are joined, right? Like this is just a single thing. Can I not... Alright. Next plan. We're gonna split these into two different things. I'm gonna take this one and extend it like this. And we're gonna do cut this with this. Delete that one. And then we're gonna do cut this with this. Okay. that was needlessly complicated. Okay, well there you go. So that we have that now. I'm probably gonna need, let me just compare that to the reference. I'm kind of happy with that. You know, it's not gonna be exact, but I think I'm just trying to simplify it as much as I can. Cool. And then we'll do the other side. So we'll do roughly there, and then roughly here. Oh, okay, never mind. That this one. I don't need. We'll move this one into position first. Give or take. I'm still gonna imprint it, but okay. So okay, what have we learned? I guess what I should probably be doing is once I have those two lines, rather than try to work with both of them at the same time, I should just make it like this. And then I'm gonna have another one that also extends beyond the edge, like this. And then just imprint on here, and then imprint on here. Okay, I think. So theoretically, let me see. Wait, did I need to do that? Maybe I can just do... Like ultimately it doesn't matter. I just need to... Maybe I just need to extrude. Hold on. Oh, wait. We'll just extrude these in pretty much any direction, because they're supposed to be, you know, like roughly on the face anyway. So we'll just do this. Can I do freestyle? That's this. And then hide that, extend this, extend this way, we'll cut this with this. delete. And then we'll have a similar thing here. So we'll just extrude, freestyle. That's probably okay. And we'll just do hide this thing, extend it, extend this, cut with this. No, wait, hold on. Cut this with this. There we go. So we can delete that one, that one, that one. Okay. It's a bit more painful than I wanted, but I will do. I will do. So we now have this thing, which is, it's not exactly planar, I don't think, but it doesn't matter. I think it's close enough. And then we can take, we're gonna need an additional line, I think. Actually, no, I still haven't decided how I'm gonna go about that, because this is supposed to be kind of like roughly curved. I think this top part is kind of supposed to be flat-ish, and then there's kind of like a curve on this side. So maybe what I'm supposed to be doing. Let's see. I think I need to kind of like, I might need to just kind of like cut the difference between, or split the difference between these two, because this is what I have right now. I don't know if you can see it. There's a hidden edge. So this is the loft from earlier, and this is where on the outside, this is where the line should connect. So maybe if I find something in between, it will still look okay. Eventually, this would also have some kind of a fillet, which is kind of difficult because I will not be able to fillet this in a way that retains the sharp edge on the corner. So maybe let me think. Maybe this edge here is the one that's gonna have to bear that kind of slight curvature. Because I know, I mean, theoretically, these ones down here are supposed to be flat. So we're just gonna do, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab, did I get rid of the, I need to get rid of this loft, I think. I don't think I need it. And then what I'm gonna do is grab this thing, move it outboard a bit, or like, I guess forward. We're working, this is the left hand side, you know, I'll just mirror it for the other side basically. So I should say left arm, right, and then from here I can just roughly, it should be that line here, which I'm probably going to replace with something else, and then I don't know how this is going to connect yet to this underside here. Maybe I do need some kind of a, like a try here, basically. I guess if we wanna use that kind of like terminology. But yeah, I think this one here, this panel, I think, you know, they have it modeled here that is like two tries at like a weird angle. I think I'm just gonna make it all flat, and then same goes for these ones. They have a little bit of a curvature to them, but I think that's mostly just the way that everything was converted into tries. So I don't know. We'll do this next, I think, on the other side. Remove that one. Don't need this one. Trim this. Okay. But yeah, I realized earlier I got I once again every time I say I'm gonna have like a chill stream, you know, where I'm gonna do some CAD and then maybe we can chat and stuff like that, I always end up just going down, just like hyper focusing on the thing that I'm doing at the moment. You know, but I realized that I didn't properly answer that question earlier. Phantasma, you were asking how many hobbies I have. The answer is too many. And most of them are too expensive. It's a real problem. It's a real problem, you know? Okay. Once again, it just needs to be a single line. And this one will be another single line. Yeah, so for these ones I'm just gonna use lofts. I think they're gonna be close enough to flat that it doesn't really matter. We'll do this to this. No, actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do it yet. We'll do it next time. We'll do this. Yeah. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad because I have, you know, it's the I think Shindig's called it gear acquisition syndrome, right? Oh no, okay. Damn it. Well, like I have to just really actively just stop myself from like buying new equipment for things. Or like I spend like I need to, so for example, like every time I buy something, like if I buy a new computer or something, or like build a new computer or something, I need to then just, oh, I did that again, damn it. I need to remember to just do single lines. You know, like I'll do a lot of research. I'll be like, oh, okay, well I've done countless hours of research and I've decided that this is the best option for me. And then at that point, I just need to like walk away from it. I need to just stop following whatever the new releases are. Stop following like whatever the like news on the topic are. Because, you know, like the way that tech works, everything is immediately outdated. So like every now and then I fall back into this cycle of like, you know, maybe at some point I should think about upgrading this or that camera, or maybe I should, you know, get like this piece of equipment or something. And it's like, you know, or like happens with like, or like console mods as well. You know, it's like, oh, there's a new thing coming out for this particular console, and I could use this to kind of, I don't know, you know, like I was talking about ideas the other day, but like so much stuff like that. Like recently, Panasonic announced a new camera, right? Like the S9, which I personally, I don't think it has any uses for me necessarily. They're kind of like marketing it as like a vlogger kind of thing for like content creators, you know. So it's like this full frame, ostensibly video oriented camera, but ultimately I feel like it's missing a lot of the things that would make it a good package. Like it doesn't have a mechanical shutter or anything like that. And I think they're supposed to have an addition, like another event in June. I think it's coming up next week. They're potentially gonna announce like 1 or 2 more cameras, and I like, as soon as they announced the S9, I was like, why are you doing this? If you want to release a compact camera, you should be making like a GX10 or something. I'm using a GX9, which is micro four thirds, you know, kind of like small travel camera style thing, kind of like a rangefinder body style, which I really like. I think it's a pretty good camera, right? But like maybe like a GX, like a hypothetical GX10 with like phase detect, autofocus, and a viewfinder that doesn't suck, you know. I think that's all they really need to do to create like the perfect compact camera. Like they were so close already. And so I don't know, maybe if they do announce that at some point, I'm gonna have to upgrade. I'm gonna be like, how much money can I get out of this one? You know, maybe I'll just sell it and then just get that one, or just eat the cost of the upgrade, stuff like that. Because, you know, this is still the camera that I take on trips if I go somewhere, you know, because it's like relatively small sensor, but you know, that just means that the lenses are also smaller, and just in general it's lighter, but it's still way more capable than just a phone. Yeah, I don't know if any of that means anything to anyone. if you're a photography nerd or enthusiast, let me know. Maybe we can nerd out about it. Okay, so yeah, this one is already kind of like getting a bit skewed. Maybe if I just have a look at this. It's a little bit more twisted than I would like it. What would happen if I made it so that this one, it's a little bit further in. Then maybe like split the difference again. We'll make this one go a little bit out. Something like this. Oh, oops. Didn't mean to do that. That's still maybe like this. So if I then, for example, if I were to take this and loft it, take this and loft it, you can tell that they're not completely flat, but I think at the scale that I'm going to be printing this and everything, I think it's going to be roughly okay. Okay, I'll probably end up getting rid of those lofts, but for the time being, we'll keep it like this. And then here comes the tricky part. So I think because I'm gonna need to connect. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to add an additional face here or something. It's gonna be like a triangular shape, because then that way I can connect these. then I need to think about how I want to work with the rest of it, because I think so this thing on the top, I still think that is meant to be, I think the intent is for this to be flat. This thing, it has a kink in it as of right now, right? But I think I might be able to move some of the edges around in a way that will make it a little bit less obvious. And then ultimately this edge down here is the one that is going to have some curvature to it. I think it's the idea is for it to have kind of like a filleted edge that is roughly parallel to this line here. I think it's kind of the idea. So I think what I might end up doing is I don't know. I might just have to do a sort of like, again, I might need to just do it iteratively. I might need to just create kind of like a reference surface, then fillet it, and then take a cross section of that, look at where the curvature is, and then build up a new surface based on that, and then we can connect it to the rest of it. It's going to be a little bit of a hassle, but I think the problem is that basically I do want this corner here on the end sharp, and I want basically all of these edges to be relatively sharp as well. So I think the next best thing that I can do if I want to fill it here is to add an additional vertex here, right? Something like this, and then I would have a fillet alongside it. So I don't know, I'll have to think about it, because that means breaking up this edge. It would have to come out, and then yeah, I don't know. we'll find out. But it's the classic. This is the classic situation, right? Like, this is why, you know, I've been working on this almost for a month, and I've only just done like the couple basic parts. Is that because once you start looking at, hi Ashley, welcome in. You know, like once you actually start looking at it in detail, and you end up running into these situations, like the teeny tiny details are the ones that get really technical for no particular reason. How are you doing, Ashley? I hope you're having a good Saturday. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. How can we go about this? I think I do want this line to connect with that one. So that's so far so good. And then I want good. I had house guests past couple days, and they've left. Nice. Well, I don't know. I hope you had a good time with them. But it's always, I feel like it's always nice. I don't know. I tend to get, you know, kind of like socially overloaded sometimes. It's nice to spend time with friends and family, but like it's always like there's a point after which I'm like, oh, it's good that I'm all alone now.
This is Tariq time. I wish to show them to you.
Okay, so
my mixtape, aka beach tape. Enjoy.
It was very nice, but yeah, the overload is real. I'm taking time to decompress by myself. That's good. Yeah, okay. So I think I'm gonna get rid of that edge there, and then we're gonna make it so that this comes out a little bit. Yeah, so I think this will end up looking a lot closer to the reference in the end than I originally intended, but that might be okay.
Bitch type.
And then we'll do this to wait. Oh yeah. Speaking of social situations and hanging out. I meant to talk to you about the. I know that I replied on Twitter to your question about TwitchCon.
Bitch tape.
But I felt like Twitter is probably not the right medium to like discuss like how I feel about it in detail. But yeah, because I know you were asking about so like how feasible it is to just go to say like San Diego and like just hang out without tickets to TwitchCon. Which I think ultimately is feasible, but you know, I think it's worth just checking with everyone in the group and see whether they're actually interested in going. Because if most people don't care, you're probably better off just going somewhere else,
especially one with
you know, or like either find like a con that everyone is actually interested in going to, the con itself, or just like pick a random week or a random weekend and just go on like a road trip, or just, you know, get an Airbnb in like a nice place. Because I think the tricky thing about going to like a big place, you know, while there is a convention happening, is unless you're actually interested in it, you know, you still end up dealing with a lot of the with the inconveniences of being at, you know, in San Diego while a major convention is happening, right? So like if you don't have a car, you'll end up paying like surge pricing on Uber, right? Stuff like that. So like, I think, you know, I said this in my tweet as well. I think definitely worth extending the trip. Like I think if some people do want to go to the convention, you want to leave enough room for people who are not going to the convention to be able to meet up with them, I think. Because like, you know, I've had that happen where, you know, a weekend ultimately is very short. Like there are only so many hours in the day, and there's only so much you can organize with people. Like if you have a group of like, you know, 5 to 10 people, everyone will, you know, some people will take longer to get ready in the morning. Others might get, you know, like you have to kind of like arrange things in such a way, or like, or someone maybe has dietary needs, and so like you have to find a restaurant that can accommodate that. And so like you all of these little things that kind of like get together, and you kind of like have to, you know, work out the logistics for it. And then like you add on top of that, like, or maybe actually someone wants to go into the con, and, you know, at some point you're gonna have to split the party, and maybe like they will go off on their own, and then you're stuck outside, you know. So it's a little bit tricky. I think that's why I mean that like makes sense. Unfortunately, organizing something outside, it wouldn't be feasible, because there's so many people from different aspects of my life I want to meet, and like, unlike TwitchCon is a concrete thing that doesn't change, and I don't have to organize, so I may just have to suck it up and buy the pass. I mean, you know, like there are also day passes. So maybe that's another thing. Or yeah, like it definitely it depends. It depends, you know. Like I've been kind of like considering. I've been kind of thinking about it. I was like, is it really worth going to TwitchCon? Because like I don't feel about so super strongly. Like I don't really like TwitchCon is fine, you know, but you can probably find other conventions that are more interesting. Like maybe you can get, maybe there's enough overlap that you can get people interested in like a MagFest or like a PAX or something, you know. Or alternatively, maybe just like it's worth kind of like talking to the people that you're interested in meeting, and just say like, okay, well, I'm gonna be here. Is there a particular day of the convention that you're particularly interested in? And then maybe we can go to that together, and then, you know, at least you kind of like split it. So I don't know. It's tricky. But like the bottom line is that ultimately, you know, Friday through Sunday is a very short amount of time. It might not seem like it, but when you get there, and like by the time, like you might go there with a long list of things that you want to do, and chances are that you won't get a chance, you won't be able to do like half of them, because you know, scheduling and like long queues and stuff like that, you know. Yeah, so much happening and time will just disappear. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like, it happened to us last time. You know, I went, like, the previous TwitchCon was in Vegas, which is even worse. Like, I'm not sure what San Diego is like. I mean, it's still a relatively big city, right? Like, there's still lots of things to do. But like, Vegas was just complete overload. Like, if you go there and, you know, it's like, maybe it's your first time in Vegas and you want to do like some of the like touristy things, and you want to go to like a casino or two, and you want to, you know, do this or that, you just end up running out of time so quickly. Anyway, sorry, now I'm just stuck here rotating this in teeny tiny increments. I think I want this. Let's try it. Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna like this one. Okay, what about... But yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm also at that point, because I did want to go to TwitchCon, and I'm still not 100% sure that I will. I need to work it out. I need to do some budgeting as well, because it's a bit more of an investment, flying across the pond and everything. But like, I think even the TwitchCon EU, I've basically just given up on, because even if I like, even though I'm closer, like, the hotel is still like 500 quid or like 400 and something, like, you know. So like, that's definitely money that I can put towards something better, you know, this time of year. So I don't know. Also, you know, like, fewer people make it over to this one anyway, so it's like, I think a TwitchCon in the States has the advantage that if you can get a bigger group together, you can get an Airbnb, right, or something. That's generally a better deal. Oh, you know what? Maybe what I should have done here is, maybe I can split this further. I need is there a perpendicular in here? Yes, cool. So I can loft this. And then, so this will continue straight and then turn off at some point. I'm also tempted to maybe it is the simpler solution is to just kind of, let's see, if I were to just fill this, and if I were to then fill this one like this, will this work? No. I need to duplicate this one and this one. How far off are we from being able to fillet this in a way that makes sense? I don't know if I can just apply the fillet to just these, but we'll find out. Because ideally, basically what I need is something like this, right? But it will basically make it so that this, you know what, that kind of works. Because I mean, that edge is still going to be somewhat sharp, right? Like not all of the edges going into it, like that corner, I should say, that is still going to be sharp. Not all of the edges going into it are going to be straight necessarily, but maybe that's good enough. So like once I have everything in 3D, I might be able to just kind of like do it like this. Okay, I'm okay with that, I think. Let me just unjoin, or just go back to where it wasn't joined. Okay, so I'm just trying to make sense of. Hold on, that's my cursor. I'm just trying to make sense of this little corner here, because there's a panel line that I think I've added here. This is going to be a panel line. I don't know if hopefully you can see it. And then it's going to continue straight for a little bit, and then it's going to turn off. So I think I need to add a few additional faces on here. And then we still have the issue of this being like a weird angle. So I need to bring it inboard, or like inward. So I think I need to at the very least move this thing. Maybe even more. Problem with that one though is that ideally I would want the rest of it to be What happens if I make a line here that is roughly parallel to that one? Yeah, that's not even close. Because the simplest solution would be something like this, right? That kind of like goes that way. But then this is gonna be a really weird shape. Or like this particular face will be twisted. Unless, wait, let me think, because oh, ouch, got rid of the picture I was looking at. Which one was it? I'm also not convinced that it's supposed to be. I feel like maybe they're meant to be. Maybe they're meant to kind of like extend a little bit further in. So like the way that this looks right now, like each subsequent face becomes thinner, and I'm not sure that's really the way it's meant to be. Let's see if I can find a reference. Unclear. Okay. Where am we're just gonna go with that. I'm not sure. The one thing I do know is that I want this. Okay, hold on. Okay. So I want the face here on the bottom of this to be roughly flat and roughly parallel. So if I put the reference back on, I think I kind of wanted to maybe like go up to this point. Probably gonna, you know, diverge a bit from what the reference is, but and then I can take. I'm gonna hide this one for now. Hide that one. Hide all of this. And then we can take this thing, move it a bit outward. How much can I get away with? Let's see. So if I then hide... Oh, no. Not terrible, not terrible. Let me show you. Let me show you what I'm dealing with, like what I'm currently looking at, because I think this might be once again a different picture from the one that I showed earlier, but you can kind of see. Come on. So you can kind of see how there's this edge running along the middle here, because it's got a little bit of a reflection, but then this panel line I would kind of expect to run parallel maybe to the bottom, or I guess ideally to both of them, but because of the way that the texture is mapped, like nothing lines up properly, so I'm just gonna at some point I'm just gonna have to assume that there's gonna be kind of like an angle at which it kind of goes from being straight on this side to being straight on the other side. So it's gonna be a little bit of a weird shape, and then I don't know. It's never as easy. It's never as easy as you would think. Maybe what I can do is if I move this a little bit closer in. And then hopefully this will be a little bit closer to being aligned if I do this. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, so because that way I can make it okay. Here's the plan. I'm gonna make it so that this thing here is a straight line and this one here is a straight line. So we're gonna ignore that one. We can probably get rid of these faces as well now. We're gonna make it so that this goes up here. Yeah, and then this will go straight onto here. We'll get rid of the other one that I'll just hide that for now. We'll hide these. Oh no, I don't like that. Okay. That's a bad idea, I think. Or it might I don't know. The problem is that again that's very twisted, right? So like I'm gonna have to I'll have to think about what that looks like once I edit everything to it. Damn it. This is the other thing that really annoys me, is that when you try to connect something to a curve, you can't really look at it. You can't use the kind of like side view to align things, because otherwise it will also snap it to the XY plane, or whichever plane you're looking at a given time. Okay, that's that. Yeah, and then we can hide this one, make a new line here, trim this. Okay. Okay. Because then I could potentially have a panel line that goes, say, from here to here, roughly. Actually, no. It would need to. I'm not gonna be able to keep them parallel. Is the problem? Because like I'm supposed to have a panel line that goes kind of like this, and then it continues this way, right? But then once it makes the switch to the other side, it actually comes down further, like kind of like this. Well, okay, maybe not that far, but it kind of like comes down and then up, and then that way, kind of like this. So basically, in order for it to look okay, I need to move this one significantly further down, which means that it's going to be a lot more difficult to to align it with the other one. Maybe what I should be doing instead is, rather than try to align it with this side, I should be aligning it with this other one. So if I do sort of like maybe like midpoints, and then from here it should go sort of like up here. No. That was wrong place for it to be, but actually hold on. It'd probably be a little bit closer to that. And then I would have an additional panel line that would kind of like go like this, perpendicular. Kind of. The question is, the real problem is that if I want to make this happen, I think this loft is going to look kind of ugly. looks like really, really twisted. I don't like that at all. This is the thing, is like, you know, you look at it with the textures on and it looks fine. But then once you actually start to model it, you know, you look at the in-game geometry and it's just like this weird like non-Euclidean thing. Yeah, I think this is gonna need to. I may have rebuilt what I already had just from scratch, but I think ultimately I need this one to be roughly flat. Still not ideal. Okay. What about moving? A little bit better. I don't know how close that is to the reference. Not very. Not very close at all. Okay. But I do think eventually I'm gonna have to just accept that it's gonna look different. I just need to kind of. I'm gonna have to go based on what the intent is more than anything else. But yeah, that does look like it's supposed to be straight to me. Anyway, it's just I wish maybe what I can do is move. Hold on, where were we? Go back. Okay, so what if instead of doing it like what if I move this one instead? Because I would have to move. I could potentially move this outward. It would get me closer to straight. But then I'm looking at it really closely. I don't know. Because I do want this. I do want this to be kind of like, okay. Then from here, I think this is about as flat as I want it to be, and about as parallel as well. It's not completely, but it's close enough, right? So I'm gonna have, we'll just, maybe I can, hold on, make a reference plane from this. Can I look at it from the other side? I don't know how to do... construction plane from selection. Do not align, shift space. No, I don't think that's it. No, because then... Oh, well... I don't know how to align it in such a way that it doesn't show me from the other side. Maybe I can just hide the other stuff. Because basically what I want is for this to have a line that goes not quite all the way to the edge, right? But we're kind of roughly there, for example. That will run parallel. And then some point we'll go down. And then we're gonna have this go straight or like parallel to this one. Roughly, again, one snap to it. Okay. Yeah. How's this? Maybe trim. So if I were then to take this and print it on here, just for future reference, I'm kind of okay with this. I think this is gonna be like a good compromise. I think it on the reference, like the panel line starts. Actually, no. You know what? The problem is gonna be that I would kind of want it to be. I would kind of want it to be further up. What about? What if I do something like this? That just means that this little like angled part is gonna be smaller, but I think maybe it will still kind of convey that same idea. And then what I can do here is again, this will be too twisted too much. I think I need to move. I would need to move this one either, or like the bottom one further out, or the top one further in. But I think that one I kind of already have locked in. We're gonna maybe try this one a little bit inboard. No, the other way. How's this? Not terrible. Not terrible. Still, you know, not really flat, but but the idea is that from here I could potentially have something that comes roughly parallel to this, and then roughly parallel to this. And then it would, from here it would come down. No, I think I would need it. God, this is such a pain in the ass. It's just impossible. It's impossible to get it to, like, basically it's gonna be very difficult for me to have this kind of feature here, this kind of like diagonal edge in such a way that then ultimately connects to the rest of it in a way that makes sense, because these panel lines here ideally would run much closer to the edge. So like ideally it would be something maybe like this. Let's do parallel. Okay, maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe we can get away with a little bit more, or a little bit further. So if we do something like this, and then this one would be parallel to this. Yeah, so I think the trick is gonna be that I'm gonna have to extend. Oh, you know what? Maybe what I need to do is I'm gonna have, say, like a line that goes here, and then I'm gonna have to just kind of like handle that switch over, that transition. I'm gonna have to handle it on this face instead, so it's gonna have like a kind of like an angled thing. Maybe I can, and then that way maybe I can make it kind of like extend this a little bit further down even, so it's a little bit more pronounced, and then it would go kind of like this, and then it would go kind of like this. So if you look at it on the side, it looks roughly correct. Maybe then this one needs to be a little bit further down. Kind of like this. I don't know. These might be the ramblings of a madman, but I don't know. I think we're kind of getting there. I'm still not super convinced about kind of like how twisted this one particular patch here is, but I don't know if I can get away with much of kind of like moving this one much further. How does this compare? Not very close. What if I... What if I take this one? that's better, but is it what I want? Because I feel like I'm moving away, further and further away from what the reference is supposed to be. Yeah. No, I think I'm definitely gonna need to add. Alright. I need another face. I definitely need another face. I think I'm happy up to this point, and then we're almost. I think we're getting there. I think it's just gonna be kind of. So I think at some point, maybe like around here-ish, just gonna have perpendicular. The top needs to come outward, so we'll grab this one. How's this? Nope, not that one. This one.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh no, because I'm gonna run into the same problem. Is one or the other is gonna be just terribly twisted.
Congratulations.
It kind of. I don't know. I keep going back and forth on this, but I just don't think. I don't think I can match. I don't think I can match the reference geometry. I think this is gonna have to be kind of. This is gonna have to be it. Does that still leave me with the edge that I wanted earlier? I don't think it does. Because I think there was an edge here that would connect to this one, right? Yeah. Which, I mean, that's actually not too far off. What about this? I guess this is the equivalent of, like, you know, when like I don't do a whole lot of digital art, right? But like I like watching art streams and stuff like that. But this is like the equivalent of just like tracing a line and hitting Control Z, Control Z, you know, and then it's just like, oh no, not right. Oh, not quite right. Oh, not quite right either. You know, and just keep doing that until you eventually just kind of like freehand a curve that actually works. This feels like that. And just like kind of like making small adjustments and kind of like redoing things. I think it's getting there. I still need to work out how I'm gonna handle the kind of like flat versus curved part here, but I think it's a little bit closer. Not too bad. That's not too bad. Although now I have this issue again of this panel line. No, it's not really parallel. Maybe something like this, and then I would have to have it kind of like connect that. Like this is the opposite of what it does in reality. Like I think, you know, in theory, this line here, like, hold on, I don't know if you'll be able to see it because it's, wait, hold on. So in reality, this line would need to continue further up and then rotate. But you know, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that. So I'm just gonna have to have this go perpendicular there. My next concern is whether or not this will fit with whether I'll be able to get the arm through this hole. I don't currently have that loaded. Maybe before I commit to that, I might need to do that. I might need to try okay, because I'm almost ready to commit. I know that it's, you know, it's not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily look like the reference, but I think as far as the rough shapes, or like based on the kind of like the textures, I think it's supposed to look like this kind of. So, you know, I think the panel lines are still going to be a little bit of a challenge, but that's probably the best I can do. So the question is whether or not I can have a, because you know, again, the like intersections with the other parts will be handled later on. So at some point I'm gonna have to get the sort of like forearm modeled and have it intersect with this so that I can then actually assemble it. Now, so the question is, you know, if the reference had this bigger kind of like rectangular shape here, and I'm gonna have something that is a little bit more trapezoidal, is that still gonna give me enough room to put the arm through? So I think maybe what I'm gonna do, I'll load up Blender. I'm gonna need to export, I think, a separate version of this that does have the hand. Or the, oh wait, hold on. Maybe I can show you this as well. Hold on. So, you know, basically it's not particularly granular. Without going into edit mode, I won't be able to get like remove individual faces or anything like that, but the idea is that I can just hide the bits that I don't need, eventually export it as an OBJ or something that I can then import back into Plasticity. All of these. I'm sure there might be easier ways to do this. You know, but I don't have like a, or maybe we'll keep that as well. Yeah, so like, see, this is gonna be the problem right there. Nope. I'll keep the blade in as well for reference. On the other side. That will come in handy eventually. Okay, how's this? I think that will help for kind of like positioning of things in the future. So let's see. Do I need to hide this for a second? That was me. Oh, did that? Oh, maybe I just changed the original. Okay, there we go. So export as, I think it was OBJ. I think I used. We'll do. Brace with arm. And then, in theory, I should be able to then import append. Okay. So it's gonna be gigantic. I need to scale it to, I think it was 1/10. And then where's my? Oh, here we go. Okay. So it's gonna go like this, and then rotate. Oh, my compass keeps disappearing. I don't know where it's supposed to go. Oh, I should have remembered what the. I should have remembered what the transformations were from last time, but I'm just gonna have to eyeball it, I think. That was this. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually.
DJ Tariq. That's okay. That's about as good as it's gonna get. Now, yeah, so this is the problem, right? So like the arm eventually, I guess, is supposed to be round, right? So like I think I can make it a little bit rounder than this is currently, which means that I will roughly have enough room, I think. So at the moment it's clipping it, so I don't know how easy it is to tell, but so like this is the forearm. This is just a reference from the game model. There's this edge here that is the in-game edge. This is the outer edge of this like brace or whatever, and the new line that I have is the blue one. So it does cut in like significantly like further inward. But I think I might still have enough, enough clearance between it and wherever the arm is supposed to come out. Maybe. Worst case scenario, I'll just have to kind of like make the arm a little bit smaller, or just kind of like move it in such a way that it's not, it's not obviously clipping it. I think that's okay. Well, maybe I'll change my mind about it later if I do feel like it's too much. I might just have to go back and like rebuild this. But I think I can make it work. Yeah. So if I do this and then this. And delete that one, delete these two. Just like for reference's sake, we'll put the panel lines back on with the new loft. And then yeah, so this one will somehow connect to that, and then there will be a perpendicular line there. I think that's roughly correct, I think. Show your dolphin some love. The world is going to shit. We are
And then
all going to die. But no
I can
matter.
put this back on. So this will have changed. I need to redo these lofts. Okay, so don't need
these. I'm gonna have to deal with the other side as well at some point. I think I might end up just mirroring it and just kind of moving things around a little bit. So from here I can make this thing. Nope. And then, so basically what I need here in the end is maybe something that has roughly this shape, right? Because there used to be an edge there that I've removed, basically, but I still need this to be roughly straight, roughly flat. No, do Alt J. That's one, and then that's the other one. I keep going back and forth on whether or not I want an extra edge. Ultimately, I think it would help, but then it just makes some of the other things more difficult. Like, there's no easy way around it. Because basically, if I do this, like the loft that previously looked great, now has like a ton of curvature to it, which I don't like. So in order for this to work, I would need to take this vertex here and just move it further outboard, which is probably what I had originally. No, not that one. Yeah, because I think this goes further out. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, well, let's see. Alright, okay. I'm gonna add... do this. We're gonna put this here. Just sweep, maybe just this one, just for reference. If I were to put this in like this,
you little bitch.
That's even further in. Okay.
You can't do shit. I am a dolphin.
The bitch tape again.
Suck my dick.
Okay.
You all be tripping. I am just swimming. I'm a blue dolphin, but I am not tripping. And don't be rude. Dude, I got attitude. I jump up from the water at high altitude.
I think I'm kind of okay with this vertex here, but then I'm gonna need another one that goes slightly further outboard, I think, or further out.
Catch me skipping. I stole your bitch. Now she is mine. You got the L. I have the S. $sign.
$sign.
So don't mind me.
Actually, I don't know if that lines up. I think because of the delay that I have, I think if I try to sing along to the lyrics, it's just gonna be like way out of sync.
D, J.
I think it's bound to happen. Okay.
Oh fuck. Oh no.
No.
I just pulled out the wrong cable and pressed the wrong button. This is horrible. A travesty. I fixed it. DJ Tariq.
Okay. How's this? And then this goes down this way. No, I don't like that. Okay. What about? Oh, we have an ad break. I'm gonna take an actual break. I think I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be right back. I need to. I think I might need to step away from this for a second. Hold on. Bear with me. I'll be right back. That's my camera. Okay, BRB.
DJ Tariq.
I'm back. I spilled my water on the way back. It's all good. Well, hopefully. Spilled it on the carpet, so it's just gonna have to wait for it to dry up. Okay.
So where are we? Cool. So yeah, I think ultimately I'm gonna try to stick to the reference as much as I can, at least on this end, on this side. So this is gonna be like this. I think I'm okay with this. So this loft from here to here should look okay. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Roughly straight. I think maybe I can still clean up that little edge there. I think I don't like the curvature here, but I think that's roughly okay. And then I'm gonna have another loft that goes from here to here, following this line and this line. This one, that one is correct. I think that one is good. Right. Oh, wait. Did I even do the right? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm gonna do some cleaning up. I think I'm gonna get rid of this one. I don't think we're gonna end up going with this anyway. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. And then I'm gonna need. I don't like what this vertex is. I think vertex is, so I think I'm gonna move it to something that is roughly perpendicular. Oh, come on. All right, hold on. Let me add that to the mod. I think part of the problem, I mean, hold on. Block terms, there we go. I do have auto mod turned off because, you know, more often than not it gets in the way. But every now and then it would be convenient. All right. Okay. So. This connects to this, and then basically I need to maybe adjust because I know I moved this one out a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe in hindsight it was fine where it was.
these get rid of. How's this? I think that still looks okay. This loft here looks a little bit better than earlier, I think. And then I'm gonna have this thing connect here. Wait, hold on, do that. Try these guys just in case. And then if I were to connect, if I were to join these four, no coincident edges. Okay, try that again. What if I do? This one to that one. Try that again. So this one and that one, and this one and this one, and then there we go. Oh no, there we go. So if I then were to hide that one, put a fillet on it. I think that's still okay-ish. Because I'm gonna have to fillet it at some point, either way, right? Like that needs to be kind of like a relatively smooth transition. And I think this little like extra vertex that I've added here, I think it's gonna be close enough to a straight line that ultimately it won't look out of place when you put the panel line on. So I think this is probably still the best way to do it. So I'm gonna keep it as is right now. I still need to work out what to do with this, but I think maybe we're kind of like getting closer. I need to add, I think, whatever this there's like a short panel line here. I don't know. Hold on. There's a short panel line here just before the corner, just before the bend, right? I think that's gonna be the boundary of my face here. I'm gonna have to do it like that, and then I'll manage like whatever that transition is to this other face. I'll have to manage it somehow. So we'll see if I can add this somehow. Should be roughly parallel to this, right? Like these two should be roughly parallel, and then these two should also be roughly parallel. So I think that's not too bad. If I loft this, that's pretty much flat. That's good. And then this weird patch here is the more problematic thing, right? Because then if I don't think I can loft this in a way that will make you know what, it's not that far off actually. How can I sort of like finagle this a little bit? Or do I even need to? Is the question. I also need to remember not to lose track of what I'm doing actually, because like this patch here, how big is that?
It's like I think one when it comes to printing it, that would be like 5mm, which actually is probably relatively big as far as some of the details that I've worked with, but I'm kind of thinking that maybe that's one of those things where I could potentially just either fillet it or just kind of like sand it down once printed, you know. Let's see if I join these. And then put a fillet on this thing. Ooh. Okay, that's a bit, yeah, okay. I don't think I can make it particularly smooth on this end. It looks a bit weird. It looks a bit weird, but I think maybe part of the problem is that because of like the lighting in this and because of the way that the edges are if I hide the edges, I don't know if it will help too much. I don't know. I'm not super happy with it. I would much prefer if it was just a straight line, to be honest. But you know, it's just gonna have to deal with that. I think maybe I can just kind of like shift it just a teeny tiny bit. If I move, say like these ones. Hold on. We'll keep them for now. I'll just hide them, and then just connect this again. I'm tempted to just, like, maybe I'll just go ahead with this and I'll try to then just chop off a little bit once it's a solid. Maybe it's a little bit easier to work with. Because like this is the kind of thing where like if I had this printed out, I would maybe just kind of like, you could potentially make the panel lines a little bit deeper and then just kind of like sand it off until it looks about right, you know? Just kind of like remove a little bit of material, which it's gonna be a little bit trickier for me to kind of like get this right. Like I could potentially just put a line here to kind of like simulate that, and then maybe
This is, I think, a little bit subtler than it was. You know what? I kind of like that. We're just gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it like this, I think. Because like I don't know how else to go about it. Or maybe how far can I push it? Hold on, bear with me. If I were to just basically recreate this, but then I keeping that edge, right? Like, is this roughly straight? From some of the angles anyway. Okay, and then I'm gonna need to move. We'll put a line here that is parallel to that one, and then we'll move this a little bit. Not completely, but like not the same distance, but how's this? And then we'll do this. So now I can do lofts here, lofts here. Okay, not looking terrible, and then we can do this, and we can do this. We'll hide the lines for now. What's this one? Oh, I think I lofted the wrong thing. Okay, I need hide that one. I need a new one between here and here. Yep, and then like this, we'll join, hide the curves, fillet this. Ignore this corner here because it just doesn't have any edge on attached to it. And then maybe I can fillet this one a little bit. That's not too bad. It's still not perfect. I think there will definitely be some angles from which it looks kind of bad, but I think with the fillets on it already, it's gonna be a little bit more organic anyway. I think I'm okay with this. Maybe I need to just the one additional thing that would potentially sell it is if these were a little bit more aligned, like these on the bottom here. So maybe I can do that. Maybe I can move. Okay, hold on. I like these ones. These are gonna get rid of. And so basically maybe I can just get like a parallel line just for reference. And then move this one. Just kind of like, again, split the difference, maybe something like this. Connect this one to this one. And then I'm gonna need to, oh that's fine, okay. I'm gonna need to remove these guys. hide this, that's fine. Okay. So let's try that one, try this one. And then try this one. I'm still happy with that one. Still pretty happy with these ones. Not too bad. That's not too bad. I think, okay. I think that's it. I think that's gonna be it. Now is the point where I put the reference, turn the reference back on, and it just doesn't even look close. Not too bad. Not too bad. I can work with that. I can work with that, I think. I don't know. I think ultimately it's all about kind of like, it's about the intent, you know, it's about what the textures ultimately are supposed to show, right? So like maybe, oh wait, hold on. There's one thing that I lost track in all of this is the fact that I wanted this one to be kind of like parallel to that one. Let's see. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Maybe a teeny tiny bit more, but okay. All right. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. It took like 3 hours, or well, roughly 2 hours probably. But I think I'm kind of happy with that. I'm just gonna I'm gonna have to rebuild all of these with like proper guides and everything. But I think it's gonna be okay. And then I still need to do the other side, because it's not completely symmetrical, but you know, I can probably use, I can probably still mirror it with respect to the, which one is that, ZX plane, right? And then maybe I'll just need to move things in a way that kind of like makes sense, and then we'll fillet it, we'll add the panel lines, etc. I think it has potential. It can look okay when we're done. Cool. All right. So let's see. I'm gonna remove some of these. Just tidy it up as much as I can. This one I'm gonna just hide for reference. So one of these sheets. Yeah, okay, I can keep that one. We're keeping these. These ones I don't need. I should probably also save a copy of this. Hold on, save. We'll make this. You can see how many like iterations I've been through in a lot of places, because these are called sheet number 3700, like 3770. Stuff like that. So basically every time you create a new sheet, it just creates like a, you know, it adds a number to it. Okay, I think I'm gonna rebuild these just in case, and then I'm gonna get rid of all of this. Okay, so let's do this one with these guides. Let's do this one with these guides. I think once I'm done with the kind of like general shape, I'll do some of the kind of like more boring, theoretically more boring, just kind of like mirroring and just filling up the rest of it, and then maybe we can watch that video that I was talking about earlier. Just kind of like put some cocoa melon on, you know. Okay. Cool. Wait, no. Oh no, did I delete? I didn't. That was it. Damn it. Sorry. Which one? This. Oh, I see. It's because I had joined it. Okay. Okay. After all the hassle of like making that end plate, or that and surface, I don't want to delete it. Okay, so we have that one. This one I'm gonna get rid of as well. Okay, I'm happy with these. Oops. Oh, wait, hold on. That shouldn't be a straight line. What was the... Oh, it's not. I'm just gonna split it up just in case. It's just a polycurve. So that should be 2 straight lines. Yeah, okay. Cool. Okay, so that's pretty decent. I think I'm gonna be okay with that. Now, what we need basically is I need this one. I need all of these. I need those on the other side. So we'll do this and this. Yeah, so you'll notice that they don't necessarily line up. I'm gonna basically shift. I can probably maybe shift all of them just a little bit outward, and then I'll try to just kind of like rebuild it just using parallel lines and stuff like that. I'll throw the reference back up as well. But yeah, so like ideally I would want them to be kind of like this. That roughly lines up. Then we can take the reference, put it back on. So it's just a question of kind of like trying to assess of like, okay, these ones, you know, are like which are the edges that are actually really close to the reference, and I'll try to, you know, make similar lines that actually line up with the reference. And for the ones where I took some creative liberties and stuff like that, maybe I'll just rely more on the mirrored lines. So like I think this part I'm definitely gonna just kind of like, you know, work with the things that I've just did. Whereas maybe for like these lines here, I'm just gonna make a new set of lines. Because I think, yeah, okay, yeah, let's do that. I'll basically like it's just up to this point is these two faces, and then this one here I can already just kind of like lock it in, so this should go up to this point. So whatever the equivalent is, we'll just delete. So I'm just gonna hide these ones because I'm gonna rely on the reference for those. Cool. All right. Shall I put some cocoa melon on? We can maybe hold on. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream that there's a video that went up on the tested channel. I don't know, maybe like a couple weeks ago at this point. Whenever is it Homeworld 3? Okay, Homeworld 3. Yeah, whenever Homeworld released. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe we can. I just wanted to watch it because I feel like, you know, Adam Savage has always been a big inspiration for me. I really enjoy his work, and so it's always nice to see, you know, his insight when it comes to model making. And it's like this is like an hour-long video that I haven't had a chance to properly watch yet. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Well, I'll see if I can throw it up on. How do we do this? Maybe I'll just see if I can download it. Hold on. We'll do some like highly illegal YouTube downloading, just so that I can throw it up. I'll just throw up the file. Let's see. I probably should have prepared this ahead of time. It's gonna be a fairly big file, but we'll see. And then I can probably put it on the top screen, I guess. We can probably get rid of the reference for now. We'll do media source. ETA anywhere between 1 minute and 2 minutes. Okay, fine. I wonder if can I just edit? I don't know if this is like a sequential download. Maybe I can just add it and then it will do its thing. I don't know how YTDLP works, because it might do a little bit of like remuxing, or it might just download individual parts of it and then just merge them together. I think so. Okay, well, never mind. We'll wait for it. I'll turn the music back on for now. But yeah, so anyway, I mentioned it earlier, but basically it's a video where Adam, alongside a former colleague at ILM, Industrial Lights and Magic, so back when he worked on, like special effects for like Star Wars and stuff like that, they basically create or like finish this model from Homeworld 3. So basically they have a 3D printed kind of like body of the thing, and then they have a bunch of reference images, and they just kind of, I think they do more vacuum forming than anything else, and then painting and all of that kind of stuff. It's just, figured there might be things in there that are worth okay. Okay. Cool. How about there, and then we'll do. Oh, okay, hold on. Pause that. We'll probably crop it. I don't know. Hopefully it, we don't miss out on too much detail. But we'll just do this. We'll do yeah, and then
you do all this work to get the reference right,
sorry.
and then the last step is not to make it perfect to the reference, make it perfect to itself, and then it lands.
Yeah.
It's a nice looking chip. It's a nice looking chip. Yeah.
I love that it's not obviously derivative of anything specific.
No.
Okay, let me know if the levels are okay,
you all can see this,
or if they're not.
when it gets primered. The primer is like this.
Also, does it look
You're gonna
roughly
need to find
okay
some
in
good
terms of
editorial
like
music for
colors?
The timeline was super
too
tight,
bad.
so I called in my friend, former ILM colleague Fawn Davis, to help detail this model just like we used to. Using materials I inherited from the old ILM shop and techniques we've been honing for decades, we had so much fun with this challenge. We felt right at home in Homeworld's universe. Here's how it went.
Fawn, great to see you.
Good to see you.
Adam, Fawn, we have a model making project for
All right,
you guys
I think that's
today.
okay. I think that's okay.
Exciting.
So
Very exciting.
there's a new game that's actually out today, Homeworld 3. It's out on Steam and the Epic Games Store. It's a real-time strategy game. It's a successor to one of my favorite real-time strategy games, and there are a ton of different ships. Adam has selected a ship, the Interceptor here, and the developers would like us to make a 20-inch model of it.
What's funny is they gave us the digital assets, but some of the texturing is simply visual.
Right.
Which is how it works
Yeah.
for games,
So I think-
and even for visual effects for films. Like the
roughly the
geometry
same kind of
that you
issue
get,
that I'm
the
dealing
game
with, right?
geometry is simply this. This is a 3D print of a model that we had Daryl process, so we can actually turn it into a 3D print. This is that 20-inch model, and you can tell it's smooth. I mean, there's a little bit of geometry here and there.
Yeah, a little bit here, yep.
But none of this stuff. This is all in material normal maps and texture maps. And so the challenge, it seems like, will be how to transfer details like the paneling onto these 3D printed parts.
We're taking this visual and making it actual.
Any immediate thoughts? Any immediate thoughts on the approach?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this could all be vacuum formed.
Yep.
So we could vacuum form over these patterns and then cut out the panels from the vacuum form to create a lot of the panelization.
Right
they'll show like more of the process, but basically what they're doing is they're like adding on top, like the panel lines are going to be added on top of the existing model as opposed to, you know, adding.
We're going to go through their styrene stock and see. I think there's probably some HO2.
Kind of like etching or scraping
ideally, then we
panel
can
lines
cut that out
in,
with scissors.
right?
So
Which
there's
is
a
kind of
lot
like
of panels,
I'm doing the
so-
opposite. I'm
And
doing the
imagine,
opposite. I'm
you
doing
know,
the
blue and the gray here would be a
pre-processing.
paint
You know, I'm
pass,
doing
but
it in
even
CAD so that when I
details,
print
like
it,
on the
it's
top and the
already
bottom
going to
of
have the
ship,
panel
you guys will
lines.
decide whether that's
some of these
a mask that I can make with a vinyl cutter that you can as a mask, or something like this, whether that's actually dimensional and a vinyl or a decal that you want to put on top of the ship.
I feel like these color hits are fine to do as vinyl decals.
Yeah. Maybe this is a frisket though.
Yeah. Oh, okay, sure.
And then Adam, we also have options for you because I know anytime you can add a piece of real metal to a ship build, that's great. So the gun module in the front here, we have Daryl processed both as the full completed piece or also
with
with
the
some
barrels
holes.
missing. So I could turn those. I think I would cut these off and put little brass things in there. Yeah, that'll be nice.
Very cool.
These orthographic layouts are just fabulous.
Yeah, and we have both the textured and just the normal map versions. Anything you guys might need in terms of parts to 3D print, parts to vinyl cut, parts decals to make, let me know. I'll run the art department and supply you with whatever you guys need.
Amazing. Dude,
great.
That is so much. That is. I wish I had that kind of support. Just like be able to just like, hey, can we get like, you know, life size or like, you know,
Probably both want to hit panel
scale references.
Yeah.
because it's a lot of panels.
It's a lot of panels.
So maybe one of us can start on this and one of us can start on the body.
This is like this. Yeah, the body has
The
some.
body has about, I would say, equal number of panels to this because it's so detailed.
Yeah, you're right. This is like we're cutting it all the way up to get all of that panelization.
Do you have a leaning, a preference?
I'm inclined to start with this one.
Okay,
Do you
so I
want-
can start on the body.
Yeah. So for vacuum forming, Zilla, I am going to make one of these vacuum form bucks. So I'm going to slice off the registration pin
Oh, perfect.
so I can lay it flat. and
Yeah,
this
the
will
whole
be the one
vacuum
we
forming
build off
process
of.
is so fun to me. Like, I love. They used to use it a lot on Mythbusters as well. It's definitely one of those where like
So
I look at it and I
covered
wish.
this vacuum former on the channel. I
think you can get like
more than
relatively
once
small
in the
vacuum
past.
forming
We'll
machines
include
as
the link
well
in the description.
that are intended
But
for
the
like
origin
dental
story
work.
is that there was a company called Vacuform that made what I think is one of the most beautiful desktop
it's
vacuum
still like
formers
probably
ever.
like a couple
They
hundred
are
quid or something
impossible to find.
get it probably set up and everything.
Fawn and I each coveted the one our mentor Mitch Romanowski had.
Or as in
and
like, you know,
each
just
of us
getting the
built a
thing plus
version
the
of
like
thing.
styrene and all of that.
And I'm about to pull this 030 styrene over this form to start the panelization process.
Cool.
This is totally identical to how we would do this in the actual field on an actual job. There are two ways to panelize. You can score into the shell of your object, or you can dimensionally put plastic on the outside, and that's what I'm doing here. I'm vacuum forming a shell, and then I'm going to cut apart that shell, and that will become the panels. I'm going to turn from heat onto vacuum. I have all that on one switch, so I can't turn both on at the same time, which would immediately blow any fuse. So here we go. Beauty!
Okay.
A perfect pull. There used to be this metal fabrication place in San Francisco where I would go and buy offcuts from their stock because I couldn't afford to buy huge sheets and then have them cut down. And this perforated plate here came from that place. And I think I got enough for both you and me, the same perforated
We
plate.
have matching perforated plates.
Oh, that came out nice.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Awesome. I'll do the back side of him. There we go. You heard the pop. Oh, it's a good pull.
Yeah, so basically what happens with some of these is that basically the way that this works is that there's like a heat lamp or something. So you have a sheet of styrene, right? Of like this is it technically thermoplastic, I guess, right? So you put it in this frame, and then you suspend it below like a heat lamp.
But that's fine with a rag.
And then underneath you have a perforated sheet with a vacuum underneath it. Like, yeah, I guess they've had these are like resistive heat elements. Well, basically, so you turn the vacuum on the bottom, and then you melt the styrene just enough so that it becomes kind of like malleable, and then you pull it down onto the thing that you want to duplicate, and then it just sucks out the air from underneath. And so what happens here is sometimes you have like these overhanging shapes, and so it stretches the styrene beyond what it can do, like in terms of, because there's only so much that it can stretch, and so like you end up with like holes. So what Adam is doing here is he's like covering up that hole with a rag, basically, so that to kind of like maintain that vacuum, so that the other details can still be replicated, basically.
So what I'm doing is I'm cutting into the corners of each of these, so that this top piece can bend out without tearing. That's what it's just a real easy way to release a part. See, that allows this to open up. And you want to do as little damage and tearing to the part as you can when you pull it out. Boom. All right.
Let's see.
We are making great progress. We're about 2.5 hours in. The orthographic views supplied by Homeworld were absolutely mission critical for the panelizing, but we're executing this in 2 totally different ways.
Yeah.
I pulled this form over my piece, and I've been using calipers to transfer the markings. And what I'm trying to do is just make sure all of my angles are straight to the model and look right. Once I get that, then I'll start to cut this apart. You're doing something completely different.
Yeah, so what I did is I took the vacuform and I took a photocopy of the model. I cut out a section of it, and I just glued it right to the vacuform.
Oh, amazing.
With Spray 77.
Yeah.
And then I've just been using that to cut out the parts. So I actually have
that's probably how I would go about it as well.
So once I sand this and get it to the right shape, I'll peel that paper off, and then it'll go on there.
So one of the things that we've been chatting about, which is funny, is that we are starting with reference material that's absolute. But the final model will not necessarily always follow the reference material exactly, because if it doesn't work to the model, you got to change it. So the bilateral symmetricality sort of falls by the wayside. And it's because basically it's like, I know that this square is not exactly the same size as this square, but given that no human will ever see them together, it doesn't matter that much. What's incumbent on me is just to make sure that the lines are square and the corners are square. That's the places that catch your eye. That's where I'm starting from.
It's also a way that you maintain scale. You got to keep all your edges really, really sharp. As soon as you start to soften those edges, that's what we call a scale buster. So
yeah, especially when you've got a panel line that moves like this, and if one part is soft and the other's rigid, yeah, all of your hard work falls apart.
Yeah. So we'll have a lot of sanding with these things to keep everything super straight.
And the specific panelizing that I've got that is one of the biggest pains in the ass is these louvered parts of the engine cowlings. I was thinking about cutting the styrene, and then I remembered I've got all this evergreen strip from the stash, and I will basically glue these in using Weld-On and get them lined up with each other. That's also going to be a pain in the butt. And that's actually, I think, the very next thing that I'm doing, because everything else I do after that sort of hinges
I feel like
on that. Right.
anything that
And one of the
involves kind
biggest
of like model
challenges
making is just
in
a
working
long
on this particular
sequences,
design is
a long
keeping
series of pains in the
space
butt.
between the panels consistent, or at least consistent in a way that looks intentional.
That's exactly how it works. It's funny when you're up to it that, like, there's this moment from, I know that you listened to too much Beatles when you were a kid, but, and by that I just mean he was oversaturated with Beatles. It's one of my favorite facts about you. You're like, I can't do the Beatles. But in Get Back, the documentary, there's this point at which someone says to George about what the album will be, and George says, we don't know what the album will be. The album is going to tell us what it wants to be, and then our job is to service that. And it is such a pure way of describing exactly that. You make it look right to itself. You do all this work to get the reference right, and then the last step is not to make it perfect to the reference, make it perfect to itself, and then it lands.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
We're hoping to finish all the panelizing by the end of today. It might be.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot of small pieces.
But we're moving.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I've successfully added these ribs to the engine nacelles, and I want you to take a close-up look and see how kind of crunchy that is close-up. None of that matters. All that crunchy stuff, all the little defects, all that's going to go away in the paint job. Once the panels start going on,
None of these details are visible.
you'll put a little weathering in there.
on the 240p CRT, but
it's coming out of there. In fact, I'll show you over here. I got a little too much glue here, and it started to eat away. But again, you're never going to see that because this is under the ship. You're going to be seeing it this way only ever. So there's only so hard I need to work to make that look pretty. But I am just about now to start to cut out the panels and actually install them. And I'm going to start with the middle one and then build down from both sides. All right, so here is the detailed barrels next to their undetailed counterparts. I'm about to assemble, so here's how this is going to go. The brass bit goes in here, and then this bit goes on there, and a little super glue will hold it all in place. And right there, you see how much more scale I get for that. Yeah, I get a lot more scale out of just that little bit of extra detailing. So I'm going to assemble, but first I want to clean up these little posts. With CA glue and kicker, you often, with all of these glues that we're using, there is time to move. With styrene, you put a panel down, it sticks very quickly, but with a little bit of force, you actually can very sensitively adjust it. And it was only that let me get some of the precision out of my paneling. And with this, I've got enough space between the brass and the aluminum tubing that I was using that I was actually able to level these up so that, because again, if these are even remotely not
actually not technically a glue, it's more of a solvent. So the way that CA glue or cyanoacrylate works is that it actually melts the material. So like if you have two pieces of plastic, it actually like
why it's always fantastic
melts them together.
Print out your reference material in 1-to-1 scale. Like there's just nothing that makes it more pleasurable to play with this stuff. All right, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. The other thing that surprised me when I first started doing this at a very high level is how little like, that's sometimes all you need is a. It's really like it's great at those moments when you're nearing the finish of your sanding to really just inspect every time the sanding stick goes past. Only that kind of thing will really, yeah. It's like you'd be surprised how much you can take off and how little force you need if you're paying attention. One of styrene's like great achievements and its great terrors is that it wicks into everything really beautifully, which can save or ruin your life in equal measure.
Can we do it?
Yeah. Let's do it. Oh. May I?
Yeah.
All right. Let's.
Kind of losing
Add
track
some
of
nice size
the
to
lines
work
that I've
in.
mirrored here.
Absolutely.
But
Right. All right. Let's.
okay.
I think I'm gonna do this with a masking tape. Use that as just a tiny little panel raise on the edge of the barrels there.
That's awesome.
I'll have to straighten that one out.
That's a really cool design. I like these little pods.
I don't mind them, yeah. I like the little magazine holders for the flechette guns, whatever they are. Oh, dude, that is. Oh, yeah.
I love that size. It's such a
So one of
good
the funny
size
things
for a
that used to
model.
happen at ILM is we would finish,
I
you know,
wish-
whatever, like 4
I mean,
months on some
this one that I'm
giant
working on is
$2
probably not going to be
million
anywhere near as big.
construction that like
probably gonna
a
be like
dozen
the kind
people
of like
put
20
their heart and
centimeter
soul into,
tall
and then it's got to go to the shooting stages, which
kind of thing.
were across a busy thoroughfare in Marin. So you're always pushing the model,
Right.
literally this $2 million model, through traffic to get it to the sound stages.
Terrifying. We called it the gauntlet.
It was the
You
gauntlet.
have to run the gauntlet with your model.
At this age, what I find most sad is that round about like 7 o'clock, my eyes are like, we're done reading. And I'm like trying to read, my eyes are like, we can't, no, you just have to stop, watch TV or something, because they won't focus anymore.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to yell. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, I think it's a reasonable time for a check-in. We've gone gangbusters. This is not bad for, I think, what is just about 8 hours of work for us, right?
Yes.
Give or take. You paneled the large bottom. I paneled the underneath of the engine nacelles. I love that we have 2 totally different approaches to executing this.
Yeah, we do.
I built from the center out. You were attaching the piece of paper to it. That's also what I love about doing builds like this is like, there's no right way to do it.
Yeah.
The wings were really pretty straightforward. I used a hole punch to add some little detail there, just a couple little greeblies, and then I turned some barrels to get a little more detail. And actually, it's really neat. To render faster, there are high levels of detail that are just texture, not actual topography. So I added in the actual texture, and I think the guns are done too.
Yeah.
So what do we have
Here, let's put it-
left? Oh yeah, let's
Got to put the whole thing together with the gun there.
And
so
yours,
everyone
it's
can see
attached,
it.
yeah?
Yep.
So this is the underside. Oh man.
Okay.
Seeing it dimensional like that,
Yes.
it's really kind of exciting.
It's pretty cool.
Now it would seem like we're only halfway done because the top has no detail yet, but actually that's not really the case.
yeah.
The top is much simpler in terms of its layout
Yeah.
than the bottom.
Yeah. We'll divide and conquer on this as well.
There's like 7
Yeah,
panels
so-
as opposed to 30.
Exactly. Yeah.
I was really confident about this strategy of like mirroring it and then just making small adjustments to it, but I don't think it's going to work quite as well as I hoped. I might just have to rebuild a lot of it from scratch.
It goes
We'll find out how that works.
get rid of that one.
For me, in panelizing of this, one of the key things is how edges are met. So there's an open question as to like, would you do this panel first or these panels first? And my approach is always to do the outside ones first, because the outer perimeter is going to be what draws your eyes, and the inner one can be fit to that. But anyway, that's the philosophy of where I'm starting from.
I like this kicker.
It's I find it doesn't work with old super glue as well.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that I find disappears with super glue is its ability to set.
So what I'm doing here is I have the 3D print is done in 2 halves, and we did that so we could 3D print, The 3D print is done in 2 halves so we could vacuum form each half for our panels. But when we were looking at the design, we realized that there are some panels that span the seam that goes from end to end. So we can use those panels to hide the seam of the 3D print on our final model. So I'm using this, which is our vacuum form plug, to vacuum form over without a seam. Then the panels will hide the seam.
I assume that's like a
First pass, I'm not trying to get it smooth yet. I'm just trying to get it in all the cracks.
So you just like fill in the gaps and then just sand it or something. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna move that one.
There we go.
Gentlemen,
Sir,
how you doing?
Great.
we're good. We're barreling
Lot of
towards
panels.
finishing up the top. Lots of
Panels
little
look
panels.
fantastic. So I'm ready to start vinyl cutting
No,
or
there's
even
out.
styrene cutting using our Quicker Maker. Wanted to get a sense of what you guys wanted to have cut, in what color, and what would make sense as extra dimensional stuff that you might need before you do a base coat.
I think that stuff is dimensional. I think that's dimensional.
And what I also have is additional render with some lighting that might give some insight into like.
Yeah, no, I see
know.
what they're thinking, and we're not cutting those out as holes up
Yeah.
there.
We can fool the eye.
Yeah,
So all this.
let's make all that dimensional. Let's do this as a frisket.
Okay. And that's a stencil.
That's a stencil.
You know, I'm wondering, should we do these?
Yeah, I think
we're
we
not
should do
doing
those
panels.
as vinyl.
Yeah, so these could be vinyl.
And to be fair, that should
should
be
be
kind
vinyl.
of a
I
piece
think.
like this that comes down and drops like that because it's going to
Oh.
go over the edge.
It could mirror.
Oh, actually, that's it.
it could
should-
have a space and then mirror.
That's it.
We do see from the side, yeah, it does wrap around.
Yeah, so let's make
Yeah,
it
so
like
something
that,
like that.
and it wraps around. So it's that plus that, and then
Yeah.
the other trapezoid.
And these are basically all the same.
Yeah, so let's cut out like 10 of those.
Okay.
I think these guys will make panels and styrene.
So,
So
and vinyl, that's okay to apply at the end. After
yeah,
your
at the very end. Yep.
Anything dimensional you'll need
Yeah,
sooner
we could
rather
paint,
than later.
pre-paint those.
Yeah,
Some of
actually
these
the vinyl I would
faces that I
I
have
would
here
love
are
to have
still a
before
little
I
bit.
prime it.
Oh,
Okay.
So you think it is vinyl?
A little bit
Yeah,
twisted.
Black vinyl.
I think those are vinyl and or black vinyl and black styrene.
I'm done. I'm done.
I
Like
don't have black styrene, but
trying to fix
this
stuff.
can
I
be at
think
the very
that
end.
will have to be. It will have to be. I
And
don't
so
think
can this. So to me, the only
this
thing
does
we
supposed
need
to have
before
panel lines
paint
on it.
are
Maybe
some, we can do the little greeblies
we'll
like
see.
that.
We'll see how well it
right?
works.
The only thing we need before paint, I think, are these guys.
that's at the end.
This is at the end.
You know, these might be fun to do painted separately and stuck on.
That's what I mean. So,
Yeah.
so all we need before primer are these trapezoids.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes.
You could also draw us these in the same, and we paint over that.
Oh, yeah.
If that on these 6 panels in vinyl would be a really nice drop.
So
Actually,
these I was going to say these should be wider because we're looking at this shape here.
right.
So,
Pull this out. I have it flattened,
oh, perfect.
so it should be wider on here. I've actually squished it, but
Okay, so on these, to be fair, given what I see here, you know what might look really great, Norm, is if we could do these as borders.
Oh.
Where you made them like, you know,
so
and the
negative
border
space
is the
inside.
only thing we do.
Got it.
And we paint it,
Let's
and
do
then
that.
it gives us a drop back.
Great, and that's vinyl.
Yep.
That's great.
Okay.
Should do
If we
these
could
little-
have those 6 borders and these 10 trapezoids
Before your primer coat.
before we primer coat.
And that's all vinyl. Nothing
Yep.
styrene yet.
Nothing styrene yet.
Styrene at the end are really these dimensional.
A lot of these
yeah.
little, yeah.
Yeah.
And we can do those even as styrene.
That's D first. That's
Yeah.
And then this little pip. Those could be metal, and I think that those are notched in. Oh, actually, if we had those squares, yeah, you're right, because we could add squares.
I notched them in.
Yeah, we could add a square in the notch.
Yes.
Right?
You're totally right.
Yeah.
Here's one thing that's happening about your piece there,
Yeah.
is that this isn't as long as it needs to be.
Oh shit!
It's fine. We can.
That's what I needed to.
Yeah, no,
Oh, I should have cut off the front and the back.
it's just totally
That's hilarious.
fine.
Wait, is that the part that
so-
he?
But I
Is that
did
the
it
part that he
fast.
stuck together?
Exactly. So we're
Oh,
gonna have
no.
to figure out.
So maybe I elongate this.
So tell you
but
what,
I already
I can
cut
cut
this
this out in
one
a
off.
minute,
Okay.
and then we can just start to.
Okay. All right. We'll
And
figure it out.
you can pull. Oh, right. We don't have the. Yeah, we can actually just end up putting a little filler in there. an
Yeah,
extra
we'll have
panel.
to.
Okay.
We'll make up. That's bonus detail. Ah, what a bummer. Oh wait, I have this.
Happens.
Oh, but it's missing.
Yeah,
Oh.
but that therein is the piece we need right there.
Right.
You know.
Okay.
Okay, right. This is the classic, measure once, cut twice kind of mentality. Right. Okay.
I am coming. You know what I'm going to do here? Because I don't like how this settles in here, I'm going to chop off these 2 horns.
I don't actually know if this is
yeah,
supposed to
right.
have the
That's
same
open.
panel lines
Sure.
on either side. Maybe it does.
Checking with you on that. It occurs to me that it's worth showing you guys how I make my notches, because a notch like this, an absolutely critical Star Wars feature, and it has delightfully infected other ship designs. So here's how I make a notch. If I have to make a notch,
love a
this is
45-degree angle.
tangible piece now. Let's say I want to make a notch right here. So first, I use my finger to give myself the distance. Then we'll roughly mark out the location. Then I come in with a nibbler, and I'm just going right to the edges, but I'm staying 1 square away from the outer extent.
Oh, hell yeah. That's so satisfying.
Then I come in with the flush cutters. This is only my method. Everyone does it differently. And I hit the corners like that. Then I come in with the sanding stick. Sorry about that, Josh. We'll take a look at it from the underside. There it is. crispness really counts on the notches.
Okay, I think for this to work on the other side, I'm gonna need to move that vertex a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Follow it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then that'll be that. And then I'll follow this side for this. And come.
I'm just adding a little spot putty to hide this one seam, because if you see this seam, the illusion will be shattered.
Ooh.
I know, terrifying.
Yes.
Terrifying.
I'm okay with that.
Oh, it's gonna look great. Yep, awesome. Now I know how to do this right instead of the dumb way, which I did it before.
Are we gonna paint right here too?
We could.
Okay.
Or just like in the shop, it's just like. Oh wait, hold on.
It is.
Okay.
If there's one takeaway as a modeler you came away from this build with,
having a workshop, would fix me. Just having like a garage that I can convert into just like a hobby space.
With a sanding stick and so much
having like a bunch of 3D printers in there, like a lathe, you know, like a small CNC milling machine.
I'm so excited for what you're about to witness, because with these parts of the greeblies on, they may look cool now, but the moment they get hit with gray, they become an actual thing. It's super cool. So I'm gonna prime these 3 pieces. Here we go.
Okay. Just fucking going to town, just with the spray can, just in the middle of the room. It's crazy. Okay. Okay. This Hedron, hello. This cod piece is perfect for my low poly mecha cosplay. This thing? It's actually like an arm brace more than anything, but you could probably wear it as a cod piece if you wanted to. Welcome in. Yo, whoa. Hey, Dom. Oh, wait, hold on. That didn't play. Thank you for the 100 bits. Hold on. Why did I try again? Yay. I still have like a little thing that shows up. I need to animate the little thing. Thank you. That's as far as first time chats go, I think that's a pretty good one. Thank you. Welcome. Appreciate it. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, I realized what the problem is.
For today's build, we partnered with Gearbox Publishing to build a model of the Interceptor ship from the game Homeworld 3.
You do all this work to get the reference right, and then the last step is not to make it perfect.
Yeah, I can't. Unfortunately,
itself, and then it lands. Yeah, it's a nice looking ship.
I'm either gonna have alerts on, or I'm gonna have the audio from this video.
No,
If I click away, it stops.
You all can see this when it gets primer. The primer is like this. You're gonna need to find some good editorial music for that.
But yeah, I'll show you. So if you just tuning in,
tight. So I called in my friend,
need a little
former
bit of
ILM
context
colleague
for what
Fawn
we're doing.
Davis to
I'm
help
currently
detail this
modeling
model
the
just like we used to, using materials I inherited from the old ILM
part
shop
here.
and techniques we've been honing
the
for
idea is
decades.
that I'm
we had
converting
so
the
much fun with this challenge.
kind of
we felt right at home
low
in Homeworld's
poly,
universe.
you know,
Here's
very
how it
basic
went.
geometry from in-game into, you know, something that
Fawn,
is
great to see you. Good to see you.
a little bit more
Adam,
detailed
Fawn,
that I
we
can
have
3D
a
print,
model
and it
making
will
project
hopefully
for you
have
guys
the
today.
panel lines in
So
there as
exciting.
well, which
So
are otherwise
there's a new game
only
that's actually out
represented
today,
as
Homeworld
textures.
3. It's out on Steam and the Epic Games Store. It's a real-time strategy game. It's a successor to one of my favorite real-time strategy games, and there are a ton of different ships.
hashtag ads.
Adam has selected a ship, the Interceptor here,
Excellent.
and the developers would like us to
Wait,
make
hold on. Oh,
a
did it restart the
20-inch
video?
model of it.
Oh no.
What's funny is they
Hold
gave
on,
us the
where were
digital
we?
assets, but some of
It did restart it. Hold on, where were we? I was gonna say. We've done this part. Did the notch. Oh yeah, okay. So we were looking at that. Okay, sorry. It took me way too long to realize that.
Okay, so interesting thing I learned today. Adam prefers the Iwata airbrush, and I really like using the Pache. But I was like, you know, Adam and
do
I
also
have
have an
traded
Iwata.
notes on tools for a long time, so I thought I would
It's
try
like
the Iwata.
the classic
just to
kind of
see if I
like
could, have the same
you
kind
know,
of experience with it. And actually,
second cheapest, or like the
it's
kind
a
of like
great
bang for
airbrush,
your buck
but, It's
airbrush.
very easy to clean.
Where it's
But
like
it sprays differently.
it's not the
than what I'm used
cheapest,
to
it's
with
also
the
not the
Pache, and
most
sometimes you just need
expensive,
something
but it's
you're
like a good
comfortable with.
balance.
So I actually started the model with the Iwata, and then I went back to my old faithful Pache H-style airbrush because that's the one I'm most comfortable with. I have lots of these, and I use them all the time. And I just couldn't do it. But while I'm on the subject of airbrushes, you notice how clean and shiny this is. One of the reasons they make these out of chrome is so the paint doesn't stick to them. So, and that's one of the things I'm always telling people when they learn how to airbrush is you should clean your airbrush to always look like it's brand new.
Yeah.
The reason you do that is I always say it's like a surgical tool. If it's dirty, if it's got stuff inside, you can kill your patient. So I always treat it like a surgical tool because there's nothing worse than having a little blob of paint that just sprays out of your airbrush randomly when you're using it. So that's why it's very important to clean these. I clean them obsessively, perfectly shiny clean every time I finish with one, so that the next time I use it, I can just pick it up and go for it. Anyway, I'm way into airbrushes, if you can't tell.
Well, we're running into a third day. I think once these, let's not mask tonight.
Was this supposed to be one of Adam's
I'm a little
like
afraid of this
one-day
paint job.
builds?
I
Yeah,
wanted
so-
to have a few hours.
Yeah, so we're working with a new paint, new to us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Adam's worked with it a couple times. I've never worked with this paint. It's an acrylic. I usually work with enamels.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of unknowns. I discovered that while I was working with it. You have to go lighter coats, more coats to keep it from dripping.
We got a few artifacts, but it laid out and dried out really beautifully, but I don't want to touch it.
Yeah, I
So
feel like
we're going to leave it for 12 hours.
It feels fragile. Yeah. So we're going to leave it.
But after that, we're going to do some gray masking. I think actually the primer we've got is ideal for the gray stripes. Mm-hmm. And then you've got a technique I'm dying to try.
Oh, yeah. This a model maker named Martin McDonald used to work for Fonco when it was in Northern California. Showed me
this kind of technique here.
Yeah, he showed me this really cool trick for getting this scratched up kind of style of paint, like where it's been scraped off. And basically you just wet salt and you put it on your model, and then you paint over that, and then you wipe off the salt, and it gives you this great pattern.
Cool.
Dude, we are totally doing that. I'm super psyched to try
That's
that.
neat.
Yeah.
That's going to be awesome stuff.
And it looks just like this. It's a great technique.
And then once we've got that, it's about adding a few decals and then an hour or so worth of weather passing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the most fun part.
It is. It is. That's when it becomes real.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I'm really pleased with how it's shaping up.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah. And actually, it's interesting because I wasn't really familiar with this paint. When I put it on, I got a little bit of splotchiness, but that splotchiness actually looks great for scale.
Yeah,
because we're doing a weathered look, it's not the kind of splotchiness that is a scale buster. It's high frequency enough to just look like, you know, something's been out in the weather and been used for a while, which is what we're going for. So it's another happy accident. You get a lot of happy accidents in this work.
Is there anything else to go over before we wrap for this day? No, I think that's it. All right. Yeah, we're going to go home and like eat dinner and stuff, but for you, it's just going to be like a second or two.
We have our ship in masking tape right now for the very light gray stripes, the 3 stripes that are across the top and bottom of this ship. When you look at this artwork, you can see that there's this chipping that is happening, this kind of flaking away of the paint, this weathering. And I'm going to use a technique I learned from a friend of mine who used to work at Fonco here in Northern California named Martin McDonald. But it's a technique where you use crushed salt, you use rock salt to create this pattern on the model, and then you paint it, and then you take off the salt. So the reason you use rock salt is because, and these pieces are too big to use, but what you do is you crush this stuff up. I'm just going to smash it with the scissors here. And the reason you crush it up is because you want that variation of sizes and shapes. And it breaks into these really great shapes that if you look at them, they look very, very similar to this style of wear. So now I've got all these really cool shapes I can use to mask the paint. And I just take a little cup of water. It's going to want to repel the liquids, so you have to kind of do this in phases. And I sprinkle it on, and then I kind of tap it and roll it. Get some of that. If you have a little too much water, you can get some of that off with a rag. That feels very much like what the art is describing. I'm focusing on the leading edge because that's usually where the most wear happens and stuff like this. I'm going to do a little bit more than the artwork shows, just to kind of make this feel more used.
I think I'm actually happier with the way it turned out on the mirrored side, which is going to be the less visible one. So I think at some point I might just
keep doing that.
Maybe I'll just kind of like
one of my favorite things about working
transfer it back to to the original side, and then maybe I can compare it.
Get in working with other model makers, because everyone has their own little bag of tricks, and so you get to learn all these really cool tricks from your colleagues. And it's funny, sometimes you learn these tricks and you're very excited to use it again, and you won't touch it for years. But then when you get to that particular design aesthetic or something, you need the technique. It's great because you go, I know a way. And that was definitely what I thought when I saw the artwork, because it looks so much like this pattern. There we go.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Oh, that is like completely different. Maybe if I move it like this.
When we knock that off, that'll expose the undercoat of blue. So now we just brush little soap flakes off. You can see.
Let's remove these, and then we'll move this one inward.
All right, I was off doing an appearance for a few hours. How did we do? How's things been going since I've been gone?
I feel a little guilty. I've been having a blast without you. That's what's been happening.
I suspected as much might be the case.
Okay.
Oh, look at
we did
Superstar Adam Savage, and
and
like,
a little heavier on the bottom.
just
Feel like that.
doing an appearance.
I can see how that's going to be cool.
Yeah. We'll probably still want to come in and do some handwork to get really specific, but it's a great way to get that randomization quickly, you know.
And it's only 2 stripes on the big one.
3.
3.
The nose, the nose and 2 stripes. Yeah.
And so did you do a spritz and then put the salt on the spritz?
Just a little dab of water, and then you get the salt wet and it sticks.
Wow. And then you just let it dry out there.
Yeah, just used a Q-tip. Yeah, this actually I hit with the gray and a black tip. Because
the thing is, after all of that trouble trying to maintain
2 layers of masking, so I let that dry. I did that first so it could dry.
Keep that end face there.
Those are the little winglets.
I realized that I'm gonna have to chop it up again.
You're doing a
so we'll
dark
see if
gray to black on the ends.
Yeah, just threw the black on there, just to give it that
I think
variation.
that should be the same.
Very cool.
And maybe I can just add a line there.
Timing-wise, we'll have to decide whether there's time to do some gradients, but those are always fun.
Yeah. What should we start unwrapping?
I think anything. You want to start on the main one there?
Yeah. Oh.
Be delicate around the gray.
Yeah, I'm going to start there. Oh, dude, it's cool. Oh, good. You found some of the pinstriping tape.
Yeah, and I switched to enamel.
Oh yeah.
for the black and the. I did the Tamiya for the Tamiya primer. It was really good for the light gray, and then for the grimy black.
Yeah.
That was Flow Quilt.
Oh, nice. That makes total sense.
Yeah, it just goes on.
Yeah, this is also
nicer.
a Tamiya household, to be honest.
The funny thing is that when people ask me advice about types of paints, it's like I've seen every finish from every paint.
I love the leveling primers.
It is absolutely preference, because I know people who swear by acrylics. I'm not that guy personally, but I know people who are.
Yeah.
And their models don't look bad.
No. They don't look like they don't know what they're doing.
We did an experiment on an architectural model project once where we switched to latex house paints for miniatures.
What?
And it was remarkably good stuff. It was great.
That's insane, really.
We just wanted to see if we could do a less toxic version of paint.
Ooh, oh yeah.
Oh, man.
That's sweet.
Sexy.
Paint, the salt just looks so good.
Isn't that great? It's random in a way that would take a very long time to do another way, which is my favorite part about it.
It's super cool. Wow.
That's really cool, though. I mean, he said it as well, but that's like definitely one of those tricks that you will just like remember at some point.
All the base coats are done now.
Like I don't know if I'll ever, if I'm gonna be working on anything like at that scale in the near future.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
but I would be really excited to try that out.
That's what painted the Iron Man.
Oh.
The refill for Molotov. Something really interesting to take a look at here is that when something is shiny black, it's almost hard to see. And so detailing is actually just about helping the black be more visible. It's giving your eyes some parameters to understand the structure. Because something that's too shiny is actually, like I said, it's hard to see. The golden idols from Raiders are sprayed with dulling spray, even though they were chromed. Because when they're perfectly shiny, they're actually too shiny.
This is the moment of truth is near, where we'll find out if everything actually connects. If I join all of these surfaces, will I get a solid out of it? I'm not 100% sure.
It's a nice looking ship. Yes, I mean their design. I think we're executing it well. I'm really happy with how it's going. It's a nice looking ship.
I like it.
Yeah.
I love that it's not obviously derivative of anything specific.
No. We're on one of the last meetings, so
Yeah.
I don't want to say it too far out loud, but we're really close, right?
Well, I think first we should do some, like out of the vent, we should do some of that little grimy stuff. Well, you can do that with the wiping. Huh?
Oh, do you mean this stuff?
Yeah, you'll get.
Yeah. Oh, I'll totally.
Wait, hold on.
So that'll
Before
be
I
after
do any of
we
that,
get home.
I'm gonna save
So
it.
we want to do the
Minor iteration, minor copy.
We need to put the graphic on and the triangles.
the graphic and the triangles. Okay.
We've got salt all over the table.
And there's noises.
Do you want to do triangles or graphic? Do
Uh,
you have a preference?
no, graphic.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, actually, you know what? We can benefit each of us by doing it this way. That's the direction it's facing in. We were both willing to work under the restriction, but it was unnecessary.
That was funny because I was like doing the math.
Yeah, it's me too. And I was like, we were both at the same position. I don't really. Still up?
Yes.
I feel like that's
Okay.
enough, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so far,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
No, where's my boundary? This one.
Oh, and this is why I love lacquer. Giving you all the detail.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
Oh,
Nice. That looks really good.
it really does. There's just no.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll hold this down for you. Oh yeah. Time to do the middle.
Okay, we're nearly there, I think. Come on. Come on, final bit. Oh no, I don't think that worked. Okay, what about patch holes, create... Can't make solid front going faces, no! Okay. Okay. Why not? I don't think this has any like really problematic edges on it. So theoretically, I'm just going to we're gonna roll that back. Okay. I'm gonna rebuild it. I think I can keep that one. We'll just
dude. I mean, I can do this for
remake
hours.
all of the lofts.
What's that saying, right?
It's never done.
It's never done. It's only abandoned.
Yes.
Same
So
as
I
a
think
painting.
I think it's time to abandon this. This
Yes.
is. I think we can call it done. I think we
Cool.
can stick a fork in it,
Absolutely.
dude. I want to thank the makers of Homeworld for designing such a fun ship to build and execute and weather. For the designers who built this in a virtual environment, I hope it's exciting for you to see it made physically. This has been so much fun.
Yeah, and this is a great design. Remarking earlier that it's not obviously derivative of anything, which is a really refreshing thing to see these days in spaceship design.
I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Oh, it smells so good. It's like just nothing but VOCs pouring off this thing. It's a great off-gassing smell. I love working together. First of all, because we've been doing it for decades now, but also because it really, really shows how many different ways there are to get something like this across the line. There is no wrong way. The only wrong way is when it yields a model that's not what you want.
Right. Or if our techniques differ so much, you can tell which part each of us had done.
Oh, yes.
So I'm very, I love that. Because I remember that from the good old days, as we
You
would
had to-
call them now.
Right, everyone would sort of stop and move on to another part to do greebling.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd sort of like shift your dance card.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So Yeah, it's beautiful.
It makes me want to go take it onto the motion control stage.
Yes, I would love to shoot this model.
Okay, I think we're gonna do it in like
It's the most
parts.
fun I've had.
Make this part
Easily
solid,
in
I think.
at least a year. This is like amazing.
I'm so happy.
Yeah. The marathon of model making that this was.
We figured it out off camera. 40 person hours of work, give or take.
Yeah. About 40 hours.
You were saying you or I could have done this in a week, a full week, Monday through Friday, and I think you're totally right. It's about just about what it would have taken.
Yeah.
That's how you know. That's how you know they're like professionals, because they're like that kind of shit. Like it would probably take me like a month.
3 days. See you guys next time.
Okay. Cool.
All right, before we wrap up, I have one more bit of housekeeping. First of all, thank you so much for watching, and thank you to the Homeworld 3 team for giving us the opportunity to make this replica of the Interceptor ship.
This is where the ad comes in.
The game, which by the way is out today on Steam and the Epic Game Store, so you can pick up Homeworld.
That's fine. That's fine. Anyway, if I mean, you know, they're not paying me, but like I don't know. I guess if you like Homeworld, go pick it up. I guess. Cool. Okay, go back to that. Anyway, that was a fun video. I like that. I think, I mean, ultimately, there are some painting tips in there. I hadn't considered. I mostly just use acrylic myself, but it's a good point that maybe I should potentially look into enamel stuff as well. Okay, how's this? Oh, this is a solid. Okay, so this did work. Cool. Okay, so far so good. We'll hide this for now, and we'll do maybe this one. I guess we're gonna go back to the music. But yeah, if I can make this solid, I think that will probably take care of most of the difficulties. And then I'll try to work out something for the panel lines. We'll probably call it there. I mean, that's, you know, that's like hours from now, realistically. But just kind of like trying to plan ahead. Uh-oh. Hello. Holy Pog Champion. Is it White Rice? Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? Cool as fuck. You're cool as fuck for raiding. Hello. No. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I admired the stream. Hell yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, I just see you were just chatting, but the chatting gets replaced with an emote. Sorry about that. Have you ever seen the Shaq CRT? I have. I do my best. I do my best not to collect any more tats. But every now and then I come across something like that, and I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe I should just get it. There's also a Hello Kitty. There's also a Hello Kitty one that I really like that has like a custom on-screen display where, like, you know, when you turn the volume up and down, instead of just having green bars, it's like a little Hello Kitty kind of thing. It's really good stuff. Anyway, hello, welcome. Thank you for the raid. If you're new here, my name is Martin. You can also call me Bleen. I'm a engineer, retro tech enthusiast. I like messing around with
CRTs. These are all real. Hello. And yeah, I'm currently working on a CAD model for what is basically gonna be like a garage kit, if you want to call it that, of Neith from Zone of the Enders. So this is Viola's. Yeah, real CRTs is nuts. It's unreasonably complicated. It was a terrible idea in hindsight, you know. But I like it. I like to make things difficult for myself. So, hold on, let me pull up the reference. Yeah. So this is what the in-game, I mean, minus the textures, right? So like this is what the in-game model looks like. I'm hoping to replicate this and kind of like remaster it, essentially. So I want to make like a 3D printed resin model kit that has some of the additional details that would otherwise be in. Hold on. Okay. You know, so like there's a lot of detail in here because it was originally a PS2 game, right? So a lot of the detail comes from the textures, a lot of baked-in shadows and stuff like that. So I'm basically looking at the individual textures and trying to recreate them, just kind of like reproduce the intent, the design intent that went into the textures, and convert them into 3D details, so that I can then 3D print it and paint it and stuff like that. So I have a couple of examples that I tweeted, I think I want to say last week. Let me see if I can bring them up. So I've completed the, oh, hold on. Yeah, so I've done the sort of like the head part, and I've done the little like thrusters that go on the back, right? So like all of this is, you know, just textures. So like all of these additional details, these pockets, these raised elements, and all of that kind of stuff, that's stuff that I've added myself. So, you know, it's a little bit of there's a little bit of guesswork to it. It's a little bit of kind of like trying to creatively modify it. Very neat indeed. Yeah. So I'm, you know, it's a little bit of a design, like it's a bit of a challenge. So I'm working with Plasticity, which is new to me. I have more experience with like parametric software, so like CATIA, SolidWorks, stuff like that. Wanted to get into 3D modeling. It's cool. I mean, yeah, I wanted to try some Blender. If you're completely new to 3D modeling, I think Blender is a great place to start because it's free. There's a lot of support for it. I happen to have the problem of, you know, just I have a lot of experience with tools that are very different from Blender, and so I instinctively, like from like a strictly emotional standpoint, I have a strong aversion to it because it's a very different workflow, right? And so when I started working on this project, I was like, oh no, you know, because the original the reference that I have, the ripped model that I have from the game is a Blender file originally, and I was desperate. I was like, am I gonna have to learn Blender or something? And then, you know, someone recommended Plasticity. I was like, okay, maybe I can work with it because it's a little bit closer, right? Like this is a little bit more. They're selling it. They're kind of like marketing it as CAD for artists, so it has some of the same features that say like SolidWorks does, but you know, in an easier to work with format theoretically. Anyway, but yeah, so I'm currently working. Wait, hold on. I'm currently working on this kind of like arm brace here. I think I'm mostly done with the basic shape. I'm just trying to convert some of these surfaces that I have into solids. But yeah, anyway, I feel like I've neglected some of the like usual stuff that people that you would say when people raid. So, you know, of course, if you had a long stream or anything, or if you need a snack, or if you need to take a break, obviously you're more than welcome to. But yeah, thank you for bringing people over.
And yeah. How was your stream? What were you up to? What were you chatting about? Oh, okay, so this is solid as well. Cool. So I can now do merge these. Okay, so here comes the tricky part. Let's see. Cool. Then once again, getting close to the moment of truth. Because when you have an enclosed volume, just made up of surfaces, or like sheets, I guess, as they call them here, it should automatically recognize that and just turn into solid. So if I were to add, hold on, I can hide this solid. Make no. I feel like we're onto. Is this the? I think this is the macro. Yeah. So this is the DLC soundtrack for Mirangi Generation. We're getting to the sort of like creepy and end of the world kind of type thing. I might just restart the playlist. We'll go back to that one. Okay, so let's see if I do this. I don't think that worked. Still sheets. Damn it. Can't make solid from given faces. I like how it says it puts faces in quotes. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You don't need to be so condescending about it. It's like, oh well, the so-called faces that you've given me are not good enough for me to work with. Okay. Here's the deal then. We're gonna break it down further. gonna do, I guess we'll start up here. And then we'll put it. Okay, that should work. So if I do loft here, I know that there's supposed to be a shortcut that allows you to identify the specific boundary. So for example, if you have a series of surfaces that you join together that look like they form an enclosed thing, you can hit that and it will hopefully highlight the part that isn't connected. But I don't think that's the problem here. I think the problem, rather than just having like a non-connects, non-adjacent edge, I think the problem is that there's like something ends in a vertex, or like there's a couple of faces that coincide in a point, and it just doesn't like that. So I'm just gonna try to kind of like break it down as much as I can, and whatever the like resulting faces will just. I can probably just duplicate that one, and then we'll loft. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like this happened last time I worked on the thruster. I did a little bit of work on stream, and the exact same thing happened where I had like mostly built up the entire shape, and then when I went to try to convert it into solid, it didn't work. I was like, fuck this. Okay, try. There we go. Okay, so that's a solid as well. We can cool. Now from here, little by little, right? So we're gonna duplicate that one. Duplicate this one. I say duplicate, so basically what I'm doing is I'm taking the shape, the faces. So like when you have a solid that you have a face on, you can then basically select that face only, duplicate it, and that will create a sheet that has the same shape in the same location, or you can relocate it if you want to. But that is to say, so that's something that in CATIA, for example, would be called like a reference surface. Cool. So oh, hold on. Okay, never mind. False alarm, false alarm. Yeah, I think it might have been this might start causing problems. So if I just duplicate this one, and then we say let's do, oops. Yeah, you can't really read it. You can't really see it. So not quite as satisfying. I mean, you know, there's no real like pop-up or anything, but like basically once you've joined the two final bits of surfaces, it automatically converts into a solid, so it just jumps into the solid category on the sidebar. That's always nice to see. And then I can just do booleans to just keep adding it to what I had previously. Okay, so still haven't found the part that it was complaining about. Well, that's okay. We'll do... Come on, come on. Join. Let's go. And then 1, 2, 3, duplicate. I feel like there wasn't really a need for me to have to do this one by one, but that's fine. I never never found the part where it was complaining about, but you know, it is what it is. Sometimes it's just temperamental like that. Cool. Cool. Okay. So we have a solid now. So if I hide the curves, for example, this is all just one solid piece. Now, there are some additional features that I want to add to this. So I think I'm gonna lock in the fillets here. So I can probably do something like this. Look at the reference. According to the reference, it's supposed to be, it's kind of like, I'm looking at some screenshots from the game, and it's kind of like curved until the end, but realistically I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pick like a relatively round number. We'll do 0.9, and then I'll select this other edge as well, just to keep it symmetrical as much as I can. I'm okay with that, I think. That's like a subtle enough, fillet, I guess, that this corner doesn't get that much of a chunk cut out of it. And then I can probably join these, right? Because these should be coincident. Yeah, okay. So I'm okay with that. And then I'm gonna need 2 additional fillets for this side, because I think it's roughly meant to be straight. So I can probably just, how much can I get away with? Oh, okay. It starts breaking at 2. We'll do 2. Yeah, so I think I would typically advise against using fillets early on, but because I already know what the shape is going to be here, roughly, I think I prefer to just kind of like lock it in as soon as possible. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the underside yet. This kind of stuff, I think maybe like this end here, I could potentially fillet eventually, just kind of like round this off a little bit, right? So like I could potentially do something like this, which like, I don't know, maybe I don't think the in-game model goes as far as to like, doesn't explicitly need a sharp edge there, but you know, maybe when it comes to printing it, I'll think about it. I'll just add that in. I know that these top ones need to be sharp. I think maybe this one I could potentially fillet, right? Potentially like this could have like a fillet on it somehow, but it's like a weird axis, a weird vertex, right? So we have like 5 lines coming into it, so it's gonna be really tricky for me to get it right. I think this is probably as good as it gets. You know, when it comes time to it, maybe I'll just kind of like, or maybe if I had a micro fillet on here, just do like a small one. I don't know what this will look like. I think it starts breaking. Yeah, it's not gonna like that. Yeah, it gets weird. Okay. I don't know. I'll think about it. Maybe we can just kind of like work something out after the fact. But for the time being, I think it's okay. Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. All right, let's work out what to do with the panel lines. Because there are supposed to be some features in here that I don't know how easy it's going to be to replicate those. So basically maybe it's time for me to swap out the picture. So this one. Yeah, so there's like this face here. This one has like a feature on it. There's like a little pocket. There's a like a hole in here, and then there's a like a panel line that goes on these edges, and then it kind of continues on this in this direction. There's another panel line there, and then this one continues forward and then eventually goes across. So one of the tricky things earlier this stream, I was kind of like trying to work out, you know, how this end connects to this one, because they're not really parallel lines or anything like that. If you look at, you know, if you try to match the texture to the geometry, it just kind of looks wonky. So I'm just gonna have to get a little bit creative with it, I think. But yeah, it should be fairly simple. I think that's the only bit. That's the only real like texture that it has. There's stuff on the underside, but you know, a lot of that is not going to be visible because that's where the hand goes anyway, or like the like forearm goes. And there's stuff that is supposed to go on the on like this face, this one here, but not sure how to go about that yet. So let's see. So if I start making lines, we'll create a reference plane from this one, and then I should be able to just make parallel lines. So I'm trying to work out how this is supposed to go, because I think on this end there's supposed to be, oh no, is it not gonna, please let me draw on this plane specifically. Or maybe I can do offsets. Hold on. Maybe I can do 0.3. Oops. Right, so this, well, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird because, you know, when it comes to the textures on the game model, it's just all kind of like eyeballed. So none of this actually has like exact dimensions or anything. You just kind of have to guess. So I think I kind of want this one to continue. Oh, did that not work? Oh, it's because I have the lines hidden. Okay. Right, so let's see. So then this thing here should have, is that not coincident? Alright. Because I'm thinking that this would need, do another offset, also 0.3. right? Because I think some of this is supposed to just go in like that, I guess. Well, actually, no, I'm not gonna commit to that yet. Because there's definitely like a border on this side, on this corner, but then it continues.
Game over.
Okay, so what's the... Alright, we're gonna have to eyeball some things here. I think we're gonna do 0.33. No, point. Because we're getting to that point where like things aren't exactly parallel or exactly perpendicular to each other and stuff like that. So it's not gonna match completely, but. So this one continues this way. Yeah, and then we're gonna have this one. We're gonna try to keep that at 0.3. It comes down that way. Mind you, we're talking like point 0.0. Well, like the scale that I'm working here is different, but like that would be like 0.3 of a millimeter. Like that's really small detail. I may or may not need to increase those. I'll probably need to thicken some of the panel lines for them to be like printable easily, or for me to be able to work with them. Okay. Right. And then I think I might even just get rid of this edge here. Maybe we'll do it like that, right? So like this would then go down. Let me think. Because I do have the texture, but I think it's because of the way that the perspective is and everything, it's not gonna look right, even if I were to potentially overlay it, right? But I think we're just gonna try. Let's do 120 here. We'll have a little thing that pokes out, like so. Then we'll have a... I don't know if I can make it a parallel. What's this? 112. 112. Oh yeah, I guess because okay. No, that's still not right. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think I can make that work. Okay, we're gonna have to kind of like midpoint, sure. And then this will go back down, kind of like this. Maybe kind of like keep it roughly parallel, like this, and then trim that one. No, that's not right. Okay, we'll keep it parallel to the other one, parallel to this one. Okay, so theoretically, I'm gonna imprint these onto here. That may or may not be exact, but that's fine. And then what I need is, can I delete that one? Right, so now basically I have this face here that I can then potentially offset, push inward and outward and stuff like that, right? So it still looks a bit weird as is, but hopefully it will make a little bit more sense once I add the other side. I don't know, we'll find out. I might need to just kind of like go back to the drawing board with that one and just kind of like try to come up with like fake detail that isn't necessarily the same as the game, right? But roughly matches it or something. I don't know. Or maybe I'll just make it so that the panel line actually runs alongside the edges at all times, as opposed to the way it like the texture suggests. Because like, maybe I can zoom in a little bit further. Hold on. You know, so it's a bit hard to tell, but it's very wonky, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like the lines don't line up at all in most cases. If anything, I think maybe this should go I don't know. I'll have to decide how far I want this to go. I don't think that a lot of that will be visible anyway. Just on account of like the angle and everything. But, you know. Okay, so try to imprint these. So we can delete that one, delete this one. Right, so we have a continuation this way. And then if I imprint these, no, I need to separate this. All of these extra lines that are appearing here is because the way that the imprint works is it takes a curve and it just projects it across a solid. So basically if it, you know, it's got like an entry and a you know, there's a point where it enters and there's a point where it exits, like if it goes across the entire solid. So I now should be able to do something like this. Or it should make a pocket that kind of like follows along the edge. Okay. Oh, I don't like that one. Right. Maybe I need to. Because this is where the straight, the like short one is going to be. So I need to maybe start connecting these. So that's 0.33. I'm gonna put. Oh, that's not even. Oh, I see what the problem is. Okay, I need to hide that so that I don't accidentally. That's the curve that I had before I made the fillet, right? So like that no longer sits on the surface. Same goes for this other one. What I could do, however, is try to connect. I don't know if this one has a midpoint. This one still exists. So like I could potentially make an edge there, and then from here go down this way. Okay, so let's see. If I take this, imprint it. Nope. Imprint there. Some of these are gonna start looking kind of like wonky, a little bit curved, just because of the, you know, projecting a straight line onto a curved surface. But hopefully it won't be too noticeable once you actually, you know, once you zoom out and all of that. I don't know, I might need to go back and kind of like tidy up some of these lines later on. Maybe this is not the best way to do it. I think I might need to just say, because these are at an angle now, so maybe it's easier if I just do that. Let's get rid of rid of that one. Clean all of this up. Okay, so I have this one, and then that looks straight than the other one did, so we'll just do these two onto here. Oh, that's okay. I see what the problem is. Maybe we can make it in a way. Oh, I'm about to fucking eyeball it. We're about to make some splines. Okay. How's this? Not even, no, that's too much. Okay. Okay, I kind of like that one. Okay, and we'll do a similar one here. So like closest. Okay. This one I don't need. And then we can hide this one and this one. Cool. Okay, that's better. That's better. I like that. Next, we're gonna have a couple lines that come down from here. So we said gonna try to keep the same thickness. So we'll do. Gonna keep that like this, and then we'll put another one here, 15. Parallel, roughly, anyway. And then I should be able to then need to unjoin that one. Oops. Unjoin this one. Okay, okay. Okay, we're kind of getting there. We're getting there. Get rid of this one and this one. Okay, so if I then take this, I'm gonna save here, I think, and then okay, that works. That works. I wasn't really expecting it to work, to be honest. Not first try. And then maybe we can do this one as well. 0.2. Oops. I need to do these at the same time. Okay. So this continues like this, and at some point I'd need to make like the transition to the other side. So I think the end of the fillet is as good a place as any. So we're just gonna have like a straight line that comes up here to maybe like sort of like the midpoint, maybe just underneath the midpoint. And then we'll have something that looks roughly straight from here. So if I do some like precision eyeballing, what if I put it, say, 190? And then that should line up roughly with this point here. And then this point should be, hold on, 0.3, roughly. I think, yeah, it's okay. This is just gonna look okay from this angle. Don't worry about that. Okay. Maybe. Let's see. Oh, I messed up. I should have kept those. Okay, well. So this was... I just need a reference. Oh, wait, hold on. We'll do 0.3 from here. This is really faint. Even I can barely see it. But there's a little number that shows up as you create a curve or as you create a line. It starts giving you like a readout of how long it is. So you can kind of use that. Yeah, maybe. I think I think I can kind of work with that. Let's do that. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. Okay. Once again. So I'm gonna need to do the opposite. So we're gonna do like a spline, kind of like is that too much? Wait, oh, okay. No, alright, hold on. It's gonna be a pain because I don't really have a reference point on this. Maybe I can just make 2 midpoints, connect these, and then I can extend it. Parallel. Okay, hopefully. No, it needs to be much subtler than that. Well, maybe if we do sort of like this. So basically I'm just like trying to force, I'm like kind of correcting from the other end, right? Because basically if you take a straight line and project it onto a curved, in this case kind of like a concave surface, it doesn't look right. But I'm just kind of like trying to create a curve that when projected onto it will look flat. At least from this angle anyway. Maybe it won't look flat from all angles, but you know, I think that's getting closer. Actually, no, that's pretty damn good, I think. I'm gonna keep that one, and then we'll do something similar for that one. So what is 0.03 like this? Not bad. Okay. Cool. Let's get rid of these. Yeah, I'm still not sure how to handle this one. I think I'm gonna end up moving this this panel line. So like, now that I have a solid edge here, I can probably just, or like a face here, I can probably just move it like this. Just you know, it's gonna be kind of rough. I will probably end up rebuilding these later on. But like this now can come closer, kind of like this, you know, and then this one. I would probably need this to kind of end. What I can do here is I can rotate the individual face. So I can make, oh no, wrong way. I should probably rotate the other one. So I can select a face, I can hit rotate, and then pivot it around this particular edge, for example. Oh, that's a very, okay. So I can make it sort of like so that it comes in. It basically, what I'm doing here is the pocket itself is not going to have the constant depth to it. It's going to be, hold on, what's 63? Okay, that's closer. We'll do. Just mostly just to get rid of that extra edge that I had there. I think this is about as good as it gets. I don't know how I feel about that. It still feels like it's wrong, but you know, for the time being, we'll keep it like this. Maybe I need to make it a little bit thinner. And then probably what I should be doing as well, I'm just gonna get rid of this. I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily how it's supposed to look, but I think for the time being, I think I'm okay with that. And then for this final bit here, I need. Is it worth trying to get a measurement? Because I want this thing here to be parallel, roughly. And then we're gonna get 0.3. Okay, maybe a little bit higher up. Okay. I think maybe like roughly here. Oh, damn it. Yeah, all of these lines is what I was talking about this earlier, but it's like, you know, it doesn't necessarily project onto the surface itself. It just like decides that it, rather than using the surface itself, or rather, oh, actually, you know what? That's not going to be good anyway. We'll I'll redo that. 0.3. Hopefully that's a little bit closer at least. You know, this is a lofted, kind of like lofted surface, so it's not completely flat. So I will need to imprint it, but I think that's okay. And then what I'm gonna do is, for this other bottom part of it, I'm gonna make it parallel to the other side. So we'll just have something like this. Come in a little bit further, and then okay. So these are roughly on the surface, at least. And then at some point I'm gonna need I need to transfer from one to the other. So if we do hold on, maybe I can use for once, maybe I can use the texture for something. No, I think this is very squished. I think the texture that I'm looking at when it comes to actually mapping it onto the surface is like stretched way too much. So I don't think I can measure the angle from it. That's fine. We'll just eyeball it. So we'll put it like here. No, maybe a little bit further out. It will need to be a tighter angle. How's that? close. Okay, that will do. And then I need this to be the same. Okay, can I make a perpendicular normal? Normal which way? Binormal is the one I want, I think. We'll make it like this, right? Because I want it to be I want it to have the same thickness, basically. So we'll do it so that it connects there, and then this will go straight down this way. Okay. Now, let's see how much of this can we trim in a way that actually helps me. We can trim that one, trim this one. And then I'm gonna need to replace that line. Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Okay, so if I then take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, imprint onto this thing. It's pretty close. I'm okay with that. I'm gonna need to remove. Maybe I can just join these faces and get rid of the edges. Okay. We're getting there. Okay, so if I then take these, maybe can I use them at the same time? Looks like it. We'll do 0.2. Boom. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's. I think it's as close as it's gonna get. I don't know if there's an easy way to kind of like replicate the exact shape. I don't like the way that this works so far. I think what I need to do is I can probably match. Hold on. Match this face, just extend it, and that one as well. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this one and push it further in. I think that's better. So if I wanted to, for example, the way that I've been doing this for the promo shots, or like, you know, calling them promo shots, but like the progress updates for Twitter and stuff like that, because Plasticity doesn't allow you to color individual faces, I've just been kind of like creating duplicate faces and changing the colors of those. So, you know, maybe we can do something like that just real quick. So if I wanted to, I can change the color of this. Let me get something for reference. Head. I'm not sure that this is the right color, but we'll grab it for now. So if I then color picker. Okay. Right. And then we can probably take, okay, hold on. This okay. So I can probably just grab these for now, duplicate, and then because there's a lot of Z fighting, so they basically just overlap and it looks really ugly. So what I do is just move them a little bit. Oops. So just move them, say like outward, just a teeny tiny bit. And then I'm gonna do the same thing for all these other ones. Maybe something like this. So like when you know, they're basically, they're just additional faces. They don't necessarily line up with the panel lines themselves a lot of the time. You know, like maybe this one I could move a little bit, kind of like that. But ultimately, oh, okay, never mind. No, because it's not going to look right on the other side. It's fine. Ultimately, like when you zoom out enough, you know, it's just about just kind of like adding a little bit of color to it. It's just mostly just for me to be able to look at it and say like, okay, that looks about right, you know, kind of thing. And then, oh, there was another color that I need for this. Maybe hold on a second. That'll do. Hide that again, and then I could potentially hide the edges. I don't know. I mean, it looks a bit weird without the edges, but maybe that one. I'll have to do the other side at some point, and I need to work out maybe like I need to work out whether I like it. But I think that's close. I think that's decent. I mean, admittedly, you know, like this will be like small, relatively small details anyway. Like this is supposed to be like these individual lines here, I think are supposed to be kind of like what is that? 7 millimeters, something like that. So it's like a quarter of an inch, less than a quarter of an inch. So like, you know, I think once with the scale, you know, once printed at scale, I think it will be okay. I need to work out what to do with this other edge here. I don't know if I want to get it across. I don't think this is supposed to go across the front. I'll probably put some like chamfers on them as well, because I think they're meant to be at a kind of like at an angle. So if I were to, so if I were to potentially put a I would need to work out what the exact measurement is supposed to be, but like if I were to put a chamfer on it, I think it's going to make the actual panel line visible from different angles, right? Whereas if the cut goes straight into the material, I don't think it's going to be quite as good. I think that's better. Yeah. I'm okay with that. I think, much like with everything else, I think eventually I will get to a point where I'm like, oh, I don't actually like that, and I'll just have to like rebuild it from scratch. But I think as far as the kind of like trying to keep the geometry simple and trying to replicate what the intent of the texture is, I think this is close. So I'm pretty happy with it. We'll probably leave it there. Yeah. Not too bad. Again, I'll have to do the other side. I'm probably gonna kind of like replicate the same process. I'll have to cut out the sort of like the inner side of things and be able to, for me to be able to put the arm through it, which I haven't even modeled the arm, so that's gonna be, you know, next thing probably. I don't know. I wanted to work on the pauldrons as well a little bit, just get a little bit of practice with like more advanced curves and stuff. So that would be the, hold on, maybe I can pull it up real quick. So that would be like these things. I think they are made up of like 3, maybe even, hold on. So that's one of them, and then I think it's either 3 or 5, I think, because there's a like a forward part, there's a front end to it, and then an aft end to it, and then there's like this series of like nesting. This one has like a kind of like a vent coming out of it. It's almost like an exhaust port, you know, like a thruster kind of thing. And then the others are just kind of like these curved shapes. So I think I'm probably gonna, I'm eager to maybe get a little bit of practice with something like this. So I think that might be the next thing. And then once I have the pauldron and this in place, I might be able to just focus on the arms a little bit. I think that's probably as good a plan as any. But yeah, I don't know. I hope this is kind of like, this is interesting, you know, to people. I'm gonna, every now and then, like I said, I'm not gonna stream like every little bit of it, probably, because otherwise I will never get it done. But you know, if I have a just a gap, you know, or like if it fits into the schedule, I think I'll probably keep probably Saturdays, right? Because it's just kind of chill. I can kind of just work away at it until like well, it's 2 a.m. I should probably go to bed soonish, you know, but like yeah, I probably need to do something about this one, because it does get a little bit, that edge gets a little bit shorter because of the fillet, but I don't know. Yeah, anyway, let's leave it there. Who can we raid? Oh, I think Tsukimi literally just went live. Maybe we can go there. Bear with me. Who else is live? Yeah. Let's go say hi to Tsukimi. I'm not 100% sure what she. Oh, it's Megato Musashi. Okay, Megato Musashi. Let's go. Well, that's fun. Oh, we're about to. Oh, literally the same thing is about to happen as yesterday. We're about to get an ad break, and I forgot to snooze it. I'm just gonna run the raid anyway. I cannot be bothered. I cannot be bothered to deal with it. If you see the raid, get in there. If you get an ad break in between, sorry about that. Hopefully it should still work. You know, let's just, you know, usual stuff. Follow me on social media if you don't already. Grab the raid message. If you don't have, if you have a sub, you can also use this other one. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out with me. Our next stream will be on Monday. I still need to work something out for next week. I think the schedule will probably drop tomorrow night. If not, Monday morning. Keep an eye out for it. Probably either Monday or Tuesday will be next stream. So, yeah. Have a good one. Peace. I think, I don't know. There might be some stragglers. Some people might be hit by the ad break. I don't know. Sorry if that's the case. You may or may not find out that we've all left. I'm really sorry about that one. But, you know, it's like 2 minutes away. Anyway, have a good one. Peace. Okay, take care.